My husband forgot to hang up the call with me, and I heard him telling someone, "Our marriage is awful, but I'm only with her because of her family's money." I didn't drop the phone. I didn't scream. I didn't breathe. I sat perfectly still on the edge of our bed, staring at the wall like it could give me an explanation. His voice came through the speaker again, careless and too honest. "Her dad's loaded, man. You think I'd still be in this if there wasn't a trust fund behind it?" The other voice laughed, low and muffled, like they were speaking over drinks. "So you're just gonna ride it out?" There was a pause. Then he said it, calmly, like he was proud of the math he'd done. 2 more years, maybe 3. Then I'll have enough to walk. She won't even see it coming. She's too comfortable. I ended the call. My hand didn't shake. That would come later. In that moment, I stared down at the screen like it had just delivered a death sentence. In a way, it had. Not of a person, but of a version of my life I thought was real. 3 years of marriage unraveled in seconds. Every late-night conversation, every laugh, every fight we'd smoothed over with apologies, now a rehearsed performance. I sat back, letting the weight of what I'd heard settle like dust in my lungs. The betrayal didn't come with screaming or crying. It came with silence. An eerie, hollow quiet where my heartbeat felt too loud. I opened the drawer where I kept our wedding photos. There was one we both loved. A candid of us laughing in the rain, soaked, ridiculous, alive. I used to think that moment was real. Now I wondered if he'd already been calculating then. If he'd seen the daughter of a successful businessman and not the person standing next to him. I remembered our engagement, how fast it moved, how he'd charmed my family. My dad, always cautious, had taken longer to warm up to him. But eventually, even he said, "He seems solid." I remembered how proud my mom was, saying, "You picked someone with good instincts." Had I? That night, I didn't sleep. I lay beside the man who'd just confirmed he didn't love me, who saw our marriage as a temporary investment. His breathing was steady, peaceful. I wondered if he knew how loud that silence felt from my side of the bed. The next morning, I acted normal. I made coffee, just like I always did. He came downstairs in sweatpants, kissed the top of my head, told me I smelled good. "Sleep okay?" he asked. I smiled. "Yeah, you?" "Like a rock," he said, pouring his usual half cup, no sugar. "You working from home today?" I nodded. "Just a few calls." I watched him from across the kitchen, the way he leaned on the counter, scrolling through his phone. I noticed everything now. The way he glanced at our shared calendar, how he tapped on a notification and quickly swiped it away. I didn't ask what it was. I'd stopped wanting to know. When he left, I didn't cry. I opened my laptop and stared at a blank document. I was supposed to be reviewing contracts. Instead, I opened a note and wrote down what I heard on that call, word for word. I needed it preserved. Not for court. For myself. Because I knew there'd be days ahead when I'd doubt what I heard. Question if I was overreacting, convince myself to stay. That note would remind me I wasn't crazy. That afternoon, I drove to my parents' house but didn't go inside. I sat in the car, engine off, staring at the front porch. I couldn't bring it to them. Not yet. My dad would ask for proof. My mom would blame herself. And I couldn't handle their pain on top of my own. I went back home before he did. Lit a candle. Put on soft music. Made dinner. When he walked in, he smiled like he always did. Said, "Smells amazing in here." Kissed my cheek. Told me he missed me. I smiled back. "I missed you too." That night, we ate together. He told me about a pitch meeting that went well. Said someone was interested in his startup idea. I asked questions. Played supportive. I knew he was hoping for a buy-in from my father eventually. That was always the unspoken goal. After dinner, he poured wine and turned on the fireplace. We watched a movie I didn't care about. He pulled me close. I let him. Not because I wanted to. Because I needed to map the routine. Every moment of intimacy. Every practiced move. I had to see it all clearly if I was going to unravel it. I went to bed before him. Told him I was tired. He said he'd be up soon. I stared at the ceiling again, letting his words echo. Too comfortable. She won't see it coming. I saw it. And I wouldn't stay comfortable for long. I saw it. And I wouldn't stay comfortable for long. The next morning, I woke before the alarm. It wasn't that I couldn't sleep. It was that I didn't want to. The bed felt foreign. His presence beside me, the rise and fall of his chest, his fingers slightly grazing my arm. These things used to anchor me. Now they made my skin itch. I slipped out quietly, showered in silence, and stared at my reflection for a long time. It was strange how ordinary I looked. No one would have guessed what I knew. No one would have suspected that, Less than 48 hours ago, I'd overheard my husband calculating his exit strategy from the marriage he helped build. Not because it wasn't working, not because we'd grown apart, but because I came attached to money. In the kitchen, I started making coffee before realizing I didn't want any. I poured the water anyway. The motions grounded me. When he came downstairs, hair wet from his own shower, wearing the same navy sweatshirt he always did on work-from-home days, I kept my expression neutral. "You're up early," he said, yawning. "Didn't sleep great. Too much wine last night?" I smiled faintly. "Maybe." He kissed the top of my head. I flinched. Not noticeably, but enough that I felt it. He didn't seem to. Or maybe he'd grown so used to my compliance that he didn't notice anything unless it disrupted his script. After breakfast, I sat at the kitchen island, laptop open, calendar full of meetings I had no intention of joining. I stared at the screen while my mind wandered. 3 years. That's how long we'd been married. Almost exactly. And somehow, in less than 3 minutes of overheard audio, I was being forced to reassess every moment of it. Was he lying when he said I looked beautiful in the mornings? When he cried at our wedding, was it real or just good acting? When he talked about kids, was that part of the plan too? Build deeper ties? Make it harder to walk away? Harder to untangle the money? I thought about our first year together, the small apartment we rented downtown, the way we'd save up for takeout and share cheap wine on the fire escape. I'd believed in us then, in him. I remember telling my sister, "He's the kind of man who makes the world feel solid." And maybe that was true, until the foundation cracked. At noon, I stepped away from my computer and sat on the edge of the bed. I let myself go back through it all. Slowly, deliberately. I wanted to see it clearly, to stop idealizing it. I needed to strip away the warm filters I'd built around our memories and see them for what they really were. Like the way he always insisted we dine at high-end restaurants whenever we were with my parents. The way he got quiet anytime money came up, unless it involved something being gifted to us. How he once told me it made more sense to lease a new car in my name since my credit was stronger. At the time, I'd called it practicality. Now I saw it for what it was. He hadn't fallen out of love. He'd never actually been in it. I picked up my phone and opened our photos. There were hundreds. Vacations, birthdays, selfies in the kitchen. I zoomed in on his expression in one, his arm around me, smiling, perfectly posed. And yet his eyes weren't looking at me. They were looking just past the lens, as if he was already aiming for whatever came next. I saved a few of the more recent pictures. Not for nostalgia, for documentation. I had a strange, sharp instinct to start gathering things. Like a woman preparing for a storm no one else could see coming. By evening, I felt numb. He was in the living room, working on something he called a pitch deck for investors. He didn't offer details. He never did. Not to me. He asked what I wanted for dinner. I told him I wasn't hungry. He offered to cook anyway. Said, "Let me take care of you." I watched him move around the kitchen, humming to himself. It was the same song he always hummed, some old indie track he used to play when we first dated. I wondered if he hummed it for her, too. I didn't ask. I didn't speak much at all that night, but I took note of everything. The way he watched me from the corner of his eye. The way he hesitated before bringing the food over. Almost like he sensed something had shifted. When he finally sat beside me, he said, "You've been quiet. Just tired. Work stress?" Something like that. He nodded and placed a hand on my thigh. I didn't move, didn't flinch this time. I was too far beneath the surface. Too deep in the place where grief quietly transforms into clarity. Because that's what was happening now. I wasn't breaking down. I was waking up. And now, every move he made became a study. A performance I'd watched too many times without realizing I was the audience. It had been 3 days since the phone call. 3 days of watching him brush his teeth, make coffee, kiss my cheek goodbye, all while knowing what he'd said about me, about us. The strange thing was how normal he seemed. Not guilty, not careful, just ordinary. Maybe that was the most unsettling part. That someone could plan your betrayal and still sleep soundly beside you. Thursday morning, he offered to drive me to work. Something he hadn't done in months. "You look tired," he said, adjusting his rearview mirror. "Figured I'd make your morning easier." I almost said yes. The old me would have been touched by the gesture. Now I wondered what prompted it. Was this part of the routine? Keep the wife happy, keep the money flowing? "I have a stop to make after work," I said instead. "I'll drive myself." He nodded easily. "No problem. Dinner out tonight? That steakhouse you like? The one my father recommended?" The one we'd been to exactly twice, both times when my parents were paying. Sure, I said. At work, I couldn't concentrate. Every email felt pointless. Every meeting dragged. I kept replaying the conversation, trying to remember his exact tone when he'd said, "She won't see it coming." Casual, almost bored, like discussing the weather. During lunch, I sat in my car and called my sister. Not to tell her everything, I wasn't ready for that, but just to hear a familiar voice. "You sound weird," she said after 5 minutes of small talk. "Everything okay?" "Just tired. Work stuff." "How's the husband?" The question hung in the air longer than it should have. "He's fine, same as always." That doesn't sound convincing. I forced a laugh. "I'm just in a weird mood. Ignore me." But after we hung up, I sat there thinking about her words. Same as always. That was the problem, wasn't it? He was exactly the same. While my entire world had shifted, he remained unchanged. Because for him, nothing had shifted. This was always the plan. That evening at dinner, he ordered wine without asking what I wanted, made a toast to us and the future we're building. "Do you ever think," he said, cutting into his steak, "about what we want our life to look like in 5 years?" I tilted my head. "What do you mean?" "Just bigger things, you know? Your family has this amazing foundation, this network. Sometimes I think we could be doing more with it." The words sounded rehearsed, like he'd practiced this conversation. More like what? I don't know. Partnerships, investments, building something that lasts. He was testing the waters, seeing how receptive I was to involving my family's money in his plans. "That's pretty vague," I said. He laughed, but it sounded hollow. "I guess I'm still figuring it out. Just feels like we have so many opportunities we're not taking advantage of." Later that night, I watched him sleep. His breathing was steady, peaceful. No signs of guilt or worry. Just a man resting after a productive day of manipulation. I lay awake until almost 3 in the morning, not thinking about revenge or confrontation, just trying to understand how I'd missed it. How someone could share a bed with you, share meals, share conversations about the future, all while planning to leave you once they'd extracted enough value. The next morning, I decided to pay attention differently. Not to snoop or investigate, not yet, but to really see him. To stop filling in the gaps with my own hopes and assumptions. When he said, "I love you," before leaving for work, I watched his eyes. They looked just past me, unfocused, like he was reading from a script. When he texted me at lunch, "Thinking of you, beautiful," I noticed he sent it at exactly the same time he'd texted me yesterday, and the day before. When he came home that evening with flowers from the grocery store, I realized he'd done the same thing last month. Same flowers, same timing, same casual "saw these and thought of you." It wasn't spontaneous affection, it was maintenance. That night, over leftover takeout, he asked about my day with the same interested expression he always wore. But when I mentioned a problem with a client, he nodded and immediately changed the subject to his own work. He hadn't actually been listening, just waiting for his turn to talk. These weren't new behaviors. They'd always been there. I'd just been too willing to see love where there was only routine. By Sunday, I felt like I was living with a stranger. Not because he'd changed, but because I finally saw him clearly. The man I'd fallen in love with had been a carefully constructed character. And the performance was so polished, so consistent, that even he seemed to believe in it. That afternoon, while he watched a game in the living room, I sat at the kitchen table with a cup of coffee I didn't want and started making a mental list. Not of evidence or proof, just of things I'd noticed. Things that suddenly made sense. How he always suggested expensive restaurants when my parents were joining us. How he'd grown quiet whenever I mentioned wanting to help pay down his student loans. How his business ideas always seemed to require connections my father could provide. How he'd pushed for a joint bank account within 6 months of marriage. None of it was dramatic. None of it was obvious. That's what made it so effective. I wasn't dealing with a villain. I was dealing with someone who'd turned our entire relationship into a long-term business strategy. And he was so good at it, he probably didn't even see it as betrayal. Just smart planning. By Monday, the performance resumed, like clockwork. He kissed my forehead before leaving for work, said, "Don't work too hard," with a soft smile. I stood in the hallway, watching him gather his keys, adjust his jacket, and walk out like he had somewhere important to be. He didn't know I already suspected most of his meetings weren't real. That morning, I began documenting things. Not dramatic evidence, just details. I created a private note on my phone and titled it Observations. It wasn't meant to be legal or admissible. It was for me. to remind myself when I started doubting that none of this was in my head. Tuesday, 12:47 p.m. Thinking of you text. Same time as yesterday. Use joint card for online consultation service. $145, not discussed. Restaurant suggestion for next week. One my father mentioned during last family dinner. They weren't smoking guns. But together, they painted a picture. And I was learning to read it. I started paying attention to the finances, not by hacking passwords or digging through his files, but by watching habits. He always offered to pay for dinners when we were with friends, but used the joint card. He'd get vague when I brought up budgeting. And anytime I talked about scaling back on spending, he redirected the conversation. By Wednesday, I noticed something new. Panic. Barely beneath the surface. He came home early, which he never did midweek, and said he just wanted to spend time with me. I was polite, surprised, but not warm. He picked up on it. You seem off lately, he said, watching me too closely. Just tired. Is it work? Us? Mostly work. I smiled gently. Nothing you did. It wasn't entirely a lie. He hadn't done anything new. He was simply continuing what he'd been doing since the beginning. I had just started seeing it. That night, I made a subtle shift. I casually mentioned that my dad was changing some things in the family business. Restructuring, reallocating. I didn't elaborate. Just let it hang. He looked up from his drink. Is everything okay with him? Probably. He's just being careful lately. I watched the flash of concern in his eyes, masked quickly with a nod. He always thinks 10 steps ahead, he said. I gave a small smile. It runs in the family. The next day he asked if I wanted to go away for the weekend. Just us. Cabin up north. Somewhere quiet. I almost laughed. A sudden romantic getaway wasn't his style. Not unless he needed something. Maybe next weekend, I said. I have a few things I need to take care of first. He didn't push. But that night, he was more affectionate than usual. Held me longer. Watched me while I read. Tried to initiate a conversation about long-term goals, using phrases like real estate, a retirement, generational wealth. I listened quietly. The truth was, I didn't know what my long-term goal was yet. All I knew was that it no longer included him. By Friday, I made a decision. I wouldn't wait for a perfect moment. I wouldn't wait for more evidence or for him to slip up. I'd already seen enough. And I didn't need a full plan. I just needed to start pulling away, strategically, calmly, without giving him reason to panic. I began with my accounts. Not the joint ones, mine. The personal savings I hadn't touched since college. I scheduled an appointment with my bank manager. Requested that a new account be opened in my name only, no digital trace linking to him. I moved a modest amount, enough to start a separation, not enough to trigger suspicion. That weekend, I visited my parents under the pretense of helping them organize paperwork for tax season. I didn't tell them the truth, not yet. But I asked a lot of questions, casual ones, about legal protections, about the trust, about how they vet people tied to the family business. My dad gave me a look across the kitchen table. Something on your mind? I shook my head, just being cautious. He didn't push. He never did. That was something I'd always loved about him. He gave people space to come to him when they were ready. Saturday night, back home, he brought up the idea of us starting a business together. He said it casually, but I could tell he'd been rehearsing it. We've got the brand, the last name, the connections. All we need is the right concept. What kind of concept? I asked. I'm thinking wellness, he said. Something lifestyle-focused. Everyone's into that now. Do you have experience in that space? Not yet. But with the right team, the right pitch, your dad might even know someone. I let him trail off. I didn't nod. I didn't push. I just looked at him. And for the first time, I didn't see my husband. I saw the plan, the calculation, the person behind the mask. And he was starting to sweat. It showed in small ways. He'd started checking his phone more often, even when we were talking, glancing at me when he thought I wasn't looking. The easy confidence from our early years had developed hairline cracks. Sunday morning, I mentioned that my family was going through a quiet financial reorganization. I said it while stirring my tea, not looking at him. Casual, measured. Is that serious? He asked immediately. Not really, I replied. Just tightening a few things. My dad's getting stricter about how assets are managed. He nodded slowly. Makes sense. Smart move. But I noticed he didn't touch his coffee after that. And when I excused myself to take a call from my sister, I heard the floorboards creaking in the kitchen, pacing. That evening, He was overly attentive, made dinner without being asked, lit candles, asked me what kind of vacation I'd want if we just ran away for a while. Somewhere quiet, I said. No signal, just air and space. He smiled like that meant I was still his. But the smile looked tired around the edges. Monday morning, I started researching. Nothing dramatic, just information gathering. I looked up financial consultants online, read reviews, bookmarked contact information. I researched storage facilities. I Googled phrases like financial manipulation in marriage and protecting assets during separation. I wasn't ready to act on any of it, but knowledge felt like armor. That afternoon, while he was at what he called a client meeting, I walked through our house differently. Not snooping, just noticing. The way he'd positioned his laptop so the screen faced away from the common areas. How he'd started keeping his phone face down during meals. The stack of business cards on his desk that hadn't been there last week. When he came home, he seemed agitated. Said the meeting didn't go as planned, but wouldn't elaborate. Over dinner, he pitched an idea for an app focused on financial literacy for couples. People trust people with legacy, he said, gesturing with his fork. If we position ourselves as a team building wealth together, there's something there. He always used words like we and team when talking about money, but only my family's money. Tuesday, I did something small but deliberate. I changed my banking password. Just mine. The personal account he'd never had access to anyway. It wasn't that I thought he was monitoring it, but I wanted to start drawing invisible lines. That evening, he suggested dinner out. Said he'd made a reservation somewhere special. The restaurant was nice, too nice for a random Tuesday. When we arrived, the hostess greeted us warmly, but I caught her glancing at him with a look I couldn't quite read. Familiarity, maybe, or confusion. During dinner, he was more animated than usual, talking about opportunities and building something lasting. But underneath the enthusiasm, I sensed something else. An urgency that hadn't been there before. I've been thinking, he said, cutting into his steak. We should be more intentional about our financial future. Maybe bring your dad into some conversations about investments. There it was. The real reason for the nice dinner, the candles, the sudden romance. That's pretty vague, I said. He laughed, but it sounded hollow. I guess I'm still figuring out the specifics. Wednesday, I told him I'd be working late. Instead, I drove around for 2 hours thinking. I sat in a coffee shop and made lists in my head. Not evidence lists, just clarity lists. What I knew, what I suspected, what I needed to understand. When I got home, he was waiting up. Said he'd been worried. Asked if everything was okay with my family, with work, with us. Everything's fine, I said. Just busy. He studied my face like he was trying to read something written there. You'd tell me if something was wrong, right? He asked. I met his gaze. Of course. It was the first outright lie I'd told him since this began, and it felt surprisingly easy. Thursday morning, he was restless. Made coffee, then didn't drink it. Started conversations, then trailed off mid-sentence. Finally, he asked if I was feeling weird energy between us. Not particularly, I said. Why? He shrugged. Just feels like something's shifted. I looked at him. Really looked. At the man I'd shared a bed with for 3 years. The man who'd cried at our wedding. Who'd held my hand through my grandmother's funeral. Who'd apparently been calculating our expiration date since the beginning. Maybe you're just stressed, I said. He nodded slowly. Maybe. But we both knew it wasn't stress. It was the sound of a house of cards beginning to tremble. And I hadn't even started blowing yet. By Friday morning, he was spiraling. Subtly, but unmistakably. I watched him open and close the same kitchen drawer twice, like he'd forgotten what he was looking for. He asked where I'd left the charger he always used, even though it was in the same outlet it had always been. He spilled coffee grounds on the counter and didn't wipe them, just stared at the mess, then walked away. I was careful not to mirror his energy. I kept my tone neutral, movements calm. I asked if he had any plans for the day. He said he might go, take a few meetings, but didn't elaborate. Anything interesting? I asked lightly. He shrugged. Nothing final yet. Final. Strange choice of word. After he left, I stood in the doorway for a while, letting the quiet settle. I hadn't said or done anything concrete yet. No accusations, no ultimatums, just a few vague comments and a shift in behavior. And already, he was starting to fold inward. That afternoon, I withdrew $200 from my personal account. I didn't need the cash. I just wanted to see it in my wallet. Proof that not everything was shared, that not everything could be touched. When he got home, he brought flowers. Again. Same grocery store bouquet, same brand of wine he thought I liked. He set them on the counter and said, "Thought you could use something pretty after the week you've had." I thanked him, put the flowers in a vase, poured the wine, sat with him in the living room while he talked about an opportunity that had just come up. Some contact he'd met through one of my father's colleagues. "Total coincidence," he said, eyes gleaming. "Didn't even know the guy was connected to your family until halfway through the conversation." Of course. "And now?" I asked. He smiled. "He's interested in hearing more. Wants to do coffee next week." I nodded. "Sounds promising. Think your dad would mind if I dropped his name? Just casually?" There it was again. The script. The layering. Say it lightly enough and maybe it won't sound like exploitation. "Depends on the context," I said. He laughed. "Right. Gotta be smart about it." I watched him sip his wine. His hands were steady again. Whatever nervous energy he'd carried in the morning had faded. He thought he was back in control, but I'd seen the shift, and I wasn't going to forget it. Saturday morning, he suggested brunch. I agreed. I wanted to see how far he'd take it, how much charm he could summon while standing on a sinking deck. At the restaurant, he was all smiles, flirting with the server just enough to appear confident, not inappropriate, telling me about the couple next to us. They've been arguing the whole time, you can tell. He always noticed other people's tension, never his own. Over coffee, he leaned forward and said, "I was thinking, maybe we should start fresh with a new joint account. Something just for investments, separate from household stuff." I tilted my head. "Why?" "Cleaner that way. Less overlap. Gives us both more clarity." He said it like he was doing me a favor, like he was offering transparency. "You don't think the one we have now works?" "It works," he said quickly. "I just think we're at a point where we should be more strategic." Strategic. Every word he used lately sounded like it came from a manual. That night, I started my own strategy. I backed up all financial documents I had access to, tax returns, loan records, the joint account history. I didn't dig into his devices. I didn't need to. The information he'd already given me voluntarily was enough. Sunday, he was restless again. Asked if I wanted to go for a drive. I said no. He paced, pretended to clean, checked his phone every 10 minutes, asked 3 times if I'd spoken to my parents recently. "Not since last week," I told him. "Why?" "No reason, just wondered if they'd said anything about that restructuring you mentioned." I shrugged. "Not really. Just that things are shifting." He nodded, lips tight. That night, he came into the bedroom later than usual. I pretended to be asleep. He stood in the doorway for a while. Then he sat on the edge of the bed, like he was about to say something, but he didn't. Instead, he got up and walked out. I waited a full minute before opening my eyes. The sound of a man unraveling wasn't always loud. Sometimes it was just the silence after a lie stopped working. By Monday, the panic had set in. Not dramatic panic, nothing shouted or thrown. Just the kind that hums under the surface, distorting everything. He started sending me texts during the day, more than usual. Not sweet or flirty, but overly attentive. "What are you up to?" "Thinking about you. Let me know if you need anything." I replied when I felt like it. Short answers. No emojis. I wasn't being cold. I just didn't feel the need to play along anymore. By the 3rd message, he sent a voice note. "You've been quiet today. Everything good?" His voice was careful, soft, the kind of tone people use when they're afraid something's slipping through their fingers. That night, he showed up at my office. No warning, just appeared in the lobby holding coffee and a bag of pastries from a cafe I used to like. "Figured you could use a break," he said, trying to sound casual, but his eyes were scanning me, searching for clues. "Everything okay?" I asked. "Yeah, just missed you." I forced a smile. "Thanks for the coffee." He lingered longer than he should have, then kissed me goodbye. Not on the cheek or forehead, on the lips, deliberately, like he needed the staff to see it, like he needed witnesses. At home that evening, he cooked. Again. 3 nights in a row. He even bought candles I hadn't used in months. Tried to recreate a dinner we had years ago on a random rainy night. "Remember this?" he asked, pointing at the pasta. I nodded. "You added too much garlic that time." He smiled, but I saw the strain in it. After dinner, he brought up the idea of taking a few days off together. Just us. Disconnect from everything. Go somewhere quiet. He kept saying quiet like it was a promise. Or a solution. I said maybe. Then went upstairs. Alone. I watched his reflection in the hallway mirror as he stood by the sink, drying dishes with more force than necessary. By Wednesday, The flowers returned. This time, delivered to my office. Bigger, flashier. A handwritten note that read, "Just because you deserve the world." It didn't feel romantic. It felt like pressure. My coworker smiled when she saw them. "He's really putting in effort, huh?" I just nodded. The next morning, he asked if I wanted to look at properties. "Not to move now," he clarified. "Just to see what's out there. Dream a little." I asked why. He hesitated, then said, "It's good to have vision." But I saw it for what it was. He was trying to secure something, redirect the conversation to a future that depended on him. Thursday night, I tested something new. I mentioned, casually while scrolling through my phone, that my family might be scaling back on a few investments, that my dad was becoming more private, less inclined to discuss numbers. He didn't react right away, but later I caught him standing in the hallway with his phone, whispering again. I didn't catch the words, but his tone was tight, urgent. Friday morning, he brought me breakfast in bed. He hadn't done that since our first year. He sat beside me, watched me eat like I might disappear. "I've been thinking," he said slowly. "We should talk more. Really talk. I feel like we've been drifting a little." I set the tray aside. "What do you want to talk about?" "Just everything. Us, our future, how we're doing." "How do you think we're doing?" He swallowed. "I don't know. Sometimes you seem far away." "Do I?" He reached for my hand. "I don't want to lose what we've built." I let him hold it. Let him say the things he thought would fix it. But I didn't return them. I just listened, because it wasn't about fixing anymore. It was about watching him realize he was losing. That night, he cried. It wasn't loud or messy, just a few silent tears while he sat on the couch, pretending to scroll through something on his phone. I didn't ask why. I didn't offer comfort. He didn't try to explain. He just wiped his face and kept pretending. And for once, I think he knew I saw it. By Saturday morning, something had shifted inside me. The notebook I'd been keeping, quietly, methodically, was nearly full. Dates, behaviors, small inconsistencies. Every entry was a step back toward clarity. And now, looking at the pattern spread across weeks of careful observation, I knew I couldn't keep pretending much longer. He made breakfast again. Too much food, too many questions. "Do you want to go for a walk later? Should we book that trip next weekend? Have you talked to your mom recently?" "No," I said to the last one. "Why?" "Just wondering," he replied. "You've been quiet with them lately." I hadn't been quiet with them. I'd been thinking about what I would say when I was ready. That afternoon, I made a decision. I called my parents and asked if I could come over. "Just to talk," I said, "about something important." When I arrived, they were waiting in the kitchen, concern written across their faces. I sat down and took a breath. "I need to tell you something about him," I said. "About our marriage." I explained what I'd overheard in the phone call. The words he'd used, the tone, the casual way he'd discussed our relationship as a financial arrangement. I kept my voice steady, factual. No tears, no anger, just the truth. My mother's hand went to her mouth. My father sat back in his chair, silent for a long moment. "How long have you known?" he asked finally. 2 weeks. "And you're certain about what you heard?" "Completely." He nodded slowly. "What do you want to do?" I appreciated that he didn't try to fix it or minimize it. He just asked what I needed. "I'm not sure yet," I said, "but I wanted you to know, before I decide anything." My mother reached across the table and squeezed my hand. "We're here for whatever you need." Driving home, I felt lighter, not because the problem was solved, but because I wasn't carrying it alone anymore. That evening, I suggested dinner out. I needed to test something, to see if he could still perform when I wasn't actively giving him the responses he was used to. He brightened immediately. "Really? Where do you want to go?" "Somewhere nice," I said. "Your choice." He chose the steakhouse. Of course. At dinner, he was animated, almost giddy, talking about plans for the summer, ideas for redecorating the guest room, a business concept he'd been refining. He ordered wine without asking what I wanted. Halfway through the meal, I decided to ask a simple question. "What would you do if my family's financial situation changed?" I asked casually, cutting into my salmon. He paused mid-chew. "What do you mean? If the trust were restructured, or if my dad decided to step back from certain investments? What would that mean for your plans?" He set down his fork. "Why are you asking?" "Just curious." He studied my face for a moment, then forced a smile. "It wouldn't change anything. I mean, yeah, some opportunities might look different, but that's not why I'm here." "No?" Of course not. He reached across the table for my hand. I'm here because I love you. I let him take my hand but didn't squeeze back. That's good to know, I said. But his eyes had changed. The easy confidence from earlier in the evening was gone, replaced by something more careful, more calculated. When we got home, he was quiet. He said he had some emails to catch up on and disappeared into his office. I could hear him on the phone later, voice low, door closed. I didn't try to listen. I didn't need to. I'd already seen enough. That night, I lay in bed while he worked late. I stared at the ceiling and thought about the conversation at dinner. How quickly his expression had shifted when I mentioned my family's money. How his first concern had been about opportunities, rather than about my family's well-being. I thought about the phone call that had started all of this. The casual cruelty in his voice when he'd called our marriage awful. The laugh when he'd called me clueless. And I realized I'd been asking myself the wrong question. It wasn't whether I could forgive him. It was whether I wanted to spend another day pretending I didn't know who he really was. The answer was simple. I didn't. By Sunday afternoon, the decision had taken root. There was no big emotional climax. No moment of rage or screaming into a mirror. Just a steady, cold clarity. I was done pretending. He suggested dinner again, this time at home. Said he wanted to cook for me. Something special. Just us, he said. No distractions. I said yes. He spent the afternoon marinating chicken, chopping herbs like he was auditioning for some glossy version of himself. He lit candles, set the table with folded napkins and the wine glasses we only used when my parents visited. You look beautiful, he said when I came downstairs. I said thank you. He served the food with a flourish, made a toast to new beginnings. I raised my glass but didn't drink. We talked. About nothing. Weather, a neighbor's new car, a friend from college he ran into last week. I let him guide the conversation, let him spin the illusion a little longer. Then, while he was clearing the plates, I said, I want to talk about the call. He froze with his back to me, his hands still, gripping the edge of the sink. What call? I waited until he turned around, his face carefully blank. The one you forgot to hang up. His mouth opened, then closed. He began. I heard everything, I said calmly. Every word. He looked at the floor, then at me. It wasn't what you think. You said our marriage was awful. I was venting. Having a bad day. You said you're only with me because of my family's money. I was being stupid. I didn't mean it. You know how guys talk when they're frustrated. You called me clueless. His jaw clenched. It was a joke. A bad one. I was angry about something else. You said I'd never see it coming. The silence stretched between us. He sat down across from me, leaning forward. Look, I've made mistakes. I've gotten comfortable with your family's generosity. Maybe I've taken advantage of that. But that doesn't mean I don't love you. Doesn't it? No, he said firmly. I married you because I love you. Everything else is just circumstantial. I studied his face, the earnest expression he was trying so hard to maintain. When we first met, I said slowly, how long did it take you to ask about my family? He blinked. What do you mean? First date? Second date. When did you bring up what my father did for work? I don't remember exactly. Second date, I said. Over coffee. You asked what my parents did, and when I told you about the business, you got very interested. Started asking follow-up questions. That's normal. People ask about families. You researched my father before our third date. I remember because you mentioned an article about him that had just been published. One you couldn't have found unless you were looking. His face flushed slightly. I was interested in your life. That's what people do when they're dating. Is it? He stood up, agitated now. You're twisting everything, making it sound calculated when it wasn't. Then explain the pattern. What pattern? The way you always suggest expensive places when my parents are paying. The way you get quiet when I mention budgeting our own money. The way every business idea you have involves my father's connections. Those are just practical considerations. For who? He ran his hands through his hair. You're being unfair. You're taking normal relationship dynamics and making them sound sinister. Normal? Yes, normal. Couples leverage each other's strengths. They build on what each person brings to the table. And what do I bring? He hesitated. Just for a moment. You bring yourself, your intelligence, your kindness, my family's money. That's not what I was going to say. But it's what you were thinking. He sank back into his chair, looking suddenly exhausted. I don't know how to convince you. You can't, I said quietly. Because I heard what you really think, in your own words. When you thought no one was listening, he was quiet for a long time. Then, what happens now? I think you should stay somewhere else for a while. For how long? I don't know yet. He nodded slowly, like he'd been expecting this. And us? There is no us. Not anymore. He looked at me across the flickering candles, the carefully prepared dinner now cold between us. I never meant for you to get hurt, he said. I know, I replied. You never meant for me to find out. When I went upstairs, I could hear him moving around the kitchen, cleaning up, putting away the fantasy dinner that was supposed to fix things. I sat on the bed in the dark, listening to the quiet sounds of a man finally understanding that some lies are too big to survive discovery. He hadn't apologized for deceiving me, only for getting caught. He left the next morning, no suitcase, just a backpack and his laptop. Said he'd figure something out, said it wasn't permanent. I just want to give you space, he added, standing in the doorway like he was still waiting for permission to come back. I didn't say anything. After the door closed, I locked it behind him. Not dramatically, just a quiet turn of the bolt. Then I stood in the hallway for a long time, listening to the silence. He texted twice that afternoon. I'm sorry. I still love you. I didn't reply. By evening, the messages escalated. Can we talk? I can explain better in person. You're shutting me out, and that's not fair. It wasn't anger yet, just desperation dressed as sincerity. The next day, a flower delivery arrived. White roses, a note tucked inside, still hoping for us. They went straight into the trash. He started calling after that. I didn't block him, yet. I wanted to hear what he'd say when I didn't answer. Voicemails piled up, calm at first, then emotional. One ended with, I can't sleep. I keep thinking about what we had. Another, I made mistakes, but we can fix them. I'm willing to do whatever it takes. On Thursday, he left a letter in the mailbox. 4 pages, handwritten, his version of a confession. He said he was lost when we met, that he admired my strength, my ambition, that it intimidated him, that it also drew him in. He wrote about his failures, career setbacks, insecurities he never shared, how he felt less than around my family. He didn't mention money until the last paragraph. Maybe I leaned on your family too much. Maybe I thought it would be easier with their help, but I never loved you less because of it. That was the closest he got to admitting anything. No acknowledgement of the lies, of the plan, of the conversation he never expected me to hear. Just soft phrasing and emotional framing. As if the real betrayal was me not understanding him. He ended the letter with, let me prove myself to you. Let me show you who I really am. I folded the pages neatly and placed them in the back of the drawer with everything else. Because I already knew who he really was. And no performance now could change it. On Friday, he called my mother. I don't know what he said, but she texted me afterward. He reached out. Just wanted you to know. I didn't engage. Then, later that night, he called again. I let it ring. Then he sent a voice note. I keep thinking about Nashville, he said. That weekend we got caught in the storm and ended up staying in that little motel. You were so cold, and I gave you my jacket. You fell asleep on my shoulder. That wasn't fake. None of that was fake. His voice broke. He sniffled. Let a silence stretch before whispering, please don't let this be the end. But it was. Because those memories he kept referencing, those flashes of tenderness, weren't lies. That was the most painful part. They were real moments offered by a man who never intended to stay unless it paid off. By Sunday, the tone changed. He texted, I think you're making a mistake. Then, we had something real, even if parts of it were messy. Then finally, you're going to regret this when the anger wears off. There it was. The pivot, from remorse to blame. I didn't respond. I just forwarded the messages to my lawyer. We were already in the process. Slow, quiet, legal, not public yet. But the groundwork was there. My parents had been measured and calm throughout. My father sent one message after reviewing the paperwork. Proud of how you're handling this. Let us know if you need anything else. I didn't need anything. Not from them. Not from him. What I needed now was silence. Space. Time to remember how it felt to breathe without being observed. He tried one last time the following Tuesday. Showed up at my office. The receptionist buzzed my desk. There's someone here asking to speak with you. I looked up from my monitor. Tell him I'm in a meeting. I didn't need to see his face. He'd already shown me everything. The papers were served on a Wednesday. There was no announcement, no dramatic handoff. Just a courier with a neutral expression, handing over an envelope with my name and his. I knew he'd be at the apartment he was staying in, one he'd borrowed from a friend while giving me space. I waited. That night, he didn't text, didn't call. The silence felt different this time, less calculated, more like retreat. Thursday morning, my lawyer called. "He's lawyered up," she said. "Standard firm. Nothing aggressive so far." What did he say? He's not contesting the separation, but he's requesting mediation. Says he wants to protect what's fair. I didn't ask what he meant by fair. I already knew. That afternoon, I sat in a conference room while my attorney went over a list of items he was requesting clarity on. Joint account balances, shared property, business-related contributions, no mention of love, of reconciliation, of fixing anything. Just numbers. He's trying to walk away with what he thinks he's entitled to. My lawyer said, "You ready for this?" "Yes," I said, "but I want everything documented." And so we documented. The joint account showed irregular withdrawals going back almost 6 months, transfers to a second personal account we hadn't previously known about. Small amounts at first, then larger ones. Patterns of movement, attempts to hide. One of the transfers had been labeled consulting support, but the company it referenced didn't exist. Another had gone directly to a private account linked to a woman's name I didn't recognize, but my lawyer did some digging. College girlfriend, still in the same state, recently unemployed, and he'd sent her money. Not once, not twice, 7 times. Amounts ranging from 300 to a little over 1,000, always spaced weeks apart. "That's not charity," my lawyer said. "That's maintenance." We included it all. The fake business names, the mismatched expense reports, the sudden surge of interest in financial literacy startups that seemed to exist only on paper. My lawyer raised a brow. "He's either very sloppy or very confident you wouldn't notice." "Both," I said. When he finally responded through his legal team, the tone had shifted again. He wasn't denying the transactions, just contextualizing them. He claimed he'd supported me emotionally, that our lifestyle had been mutually agreed upon, that any financial benefits he received were incidental, not manipulative. But the documents told another story. And for the first time since this began, I felt angry. Not heartbreak, not sadness. Just the raw heat of having been quietly used. He hadn't even tried to keep the story straight. He just assumed I wouldn't look. We scheduled the formal mediation 2 weeks later. He walked in wearing a blazer, smiling like we were there to negotiate a misunderstanding. I didn't smile back. The mediator outlined the terms. My lawyer laid out our findings. His lawyer looked increasingly uncomfortable. I didn't say much. I didn't need to. The paper trail was louder than anything I could have said. At one point, he looked over at me and said, "I never meant for it to get this far." And I just said, "You meant it to go far enough." He didn't speak again for the rest of the meeting. We didn't finish that day. Too much to sort through. But by the second session, the terms were clear. He'd walk away without contesting the dissolution. No claim on family assets. No share of anything tied to the trust. He asked to keep a watch I'd given him on our first anniversary. I said no. He didn't fight it. By the end of the month, the filings were complete. Nothing public yet, but official enough. My name restored to its original form. Access to all financial systems reset. All joint accounts closed. Phone plans separated. Keys collected. It took 3 months total. No drawn-out court battle, no public scandal. Just the slow, deliberate dismantling of a lie. The woman he'd been sending money to? She showed up in the financial records but never contacted me. I didn't need to speak with her. I already knew what kind of story he'd told her too. Something about being misunderstood, pressured, trapped in a marriage that didn't reflect who he really was. Maybe it was true. Maybe it was just another version of the script. Either way, I didn't care. By the time the divorce was finalized, I'd moved into a smaller place. Something mine. Nothing fancy. Just quiet. I changed my number. He sent one final email. No subject line, just a short message. "I never stopped loving you." I read it once, then deleted it. Not out of anger, out of relief. Some people say closure comes with forgiveness. I disagree. For me, closure came in silence. In the stillness of a house where I didn't have to watch my words or measure his moods. In waking up without dread. In knowing I didn't have to explain myself to someone who had never really been listening. I didn't tell many people what had happened. Just my family, my sister, a few close friends. Most others filled in their own blanks. That was fine. Let them. I started working longer hours not because I needed to, but because I wanted to. I rediscovered what it felt like to be proud of myself, not as part of a couple, not as someone's wife, but just me. There were bad days. Days when I questioned everything. Wondered how I could have missed it. Wondered if that version of love was all I'd ever been trained to recognize. But those days came less often. And when they did, I didn't fight them. I let them move through me like weather. And then I kept going. I donated the dress I wore to that steakhouse dinner. The one where I first realized I couldn't pretend anymore. I threw out the wine glasses we only used for show. I replaced the silverware set we'd picked together. Small things, petty maybe, but they made space. I went to therapy. I told the truth out loud. Heard myself say the words, "He used me." And my therapist didn't flinch, didn't rush to soften it. She just asked, "And what did that teach you about yourself?" I didn't answer right away, but I kept going back. My parents were exactly what I needed. Calm, grounded, not vengeful. My father never once said, "I told you so." He just helped me get the documents in order, gave me a quiet nod when everything was finalized. My mother cried once, quietly, over coffee. "You deserved better," she said. "I know," I replied. And I did. As for him, he disappeared the way people like him do. Quietly, with dignity rehearsed for an audience that no longer existed. Last I heard, he moved to another city, tried starting a new consultancy, rebranded himself online. Same smile, different captions. One of my old college friends messaged me. "Isn't this your ex?" she asked, sending me a link to his new website. I didn't open it. I just replied, "Not anymore. I don't know who he's dating now. I don't want to know. But I can imagine the script, the charm, the part where he presents himself as someone who almost had it all, if not for some cruel misunderstanding. I don't need to warn anyone. Life has a way of catching up with people like him. And anyway, he's not my responsibility anymore. I've built a life that no longer circles around someone else's ambition. I wake up, make my own coffee, take walks just because I want to. I don't check anyone's schedule before making plans. I don't filter myself to keep someone comfortable. One night, a few months after the divorce was finalized, I found the notebook I used to keep. The one where I'd written down his behaviors, the patterns, the lies. I read a few pages, then I threw it in the trash. Not because I wanted to forget, but because I didn't need it anymore. The proof had served its purpose. The real transformation wasn't about exposing him. It was about reclaiming myself. I was no longer the woman being managed like an investment. I was no longer the wife someone chose for access. I was someone who saw the truth, held her ground, and walked away. That was the story worth remembering. Epilogue, where everyone ended up. Him. He moved to another city, rebranded himself as a resilient entrepreneur with a personal growth narrative. His social media is full of polished captions about setbacks and reinvention. He never admitted what he did. Still curates his life for an invisible audience, still chasing validation in borrowed language. The woman from college, she never reached out. She likely went on with her life. Whether he's still part of it or not, I'll never know. The money she received was part of his long-term plan. But like most of his plans, it didn't survive exposure. My parents, still present, still steady, careful with their words, not because they doubt me, but because they trust I can carry my own weight now. Quietly proud, fiercely protective, but from a respectful distance. Me, free, not flawless, not entirely healed, but whole. For the first time in years, I'm not waiting for someone else's next move. I'm not anticipating the turn in someone else's mood. I'm not performing, I'm just living, and that's more than enough.
My name is Amity Walker, 34 years old, and a successful real estate attorney in Boston. Last month, I returned to my hometown for what I thought would be a normal family dinner at my sister Jessica's luxurious estate. Instead, it turned into the night that shattered and rebuilt my entire life. Walking into her marble-floored entryway, I felt that familiar warmth of family mixed with the constant undercurrent of not quite belonging. What I never expected was for my sister to publicly humiliate me at her dinner table or for me to finally stand up for myself after decades of mistreatment. Before I tell you how I turned the tables on my family's ultimate betrayal, drop a comment letting me know where you're watching from, and subscribe if you want to see more stories about finding strength when you're least expecting it. I grew up in a middle-class neighborhood in Portland, Oregon, where appearances mattered more than reality. Our family home was modest but well-kept. My parents, Thomas and Marie Walker, working hard to maintain a facade of perfect suburban life. From the beginning, there was a clear hierarchy in our household. Jessica, my sister, who is 6 years older, was the sun around which our family orbited. I was merely a distant moon acknowledged only when convenient. My father worked as a bank manager, my mother as an elementary school administrator. They weren't wealthy, but they were comfortable, and what money they had often went toward fulfilling Jessica's desires. Dance lessons, private tutoring, designer clothes. Nothing was too expensive for their golden child. Meanwhile, I wore hand-me-downs and joined free after-school programs. Despite the obvious favoritism, I tried desperately to earn my place in the family through academic achievement. While Jessica was pretty and popular but academically average, I excelled in my studies. By 3rd grade, I was reading at a high school level. By 8th grade, I was taking advanced placement courses. My report cards were filled with A's, my weekends spent participating in debate tournaments and academic competitions. None of it seemed to matter. My parents would attend Jessica's mediocre ballet recitals with flowers and cameras, then forget about my Honor Society induction ceremony entirely. The pattern was clear. Jessica was destined for greatness in their eyes, simply by existing, while I had to fight for every scrap of acknowledgement. Jessica just has that special something, my mother would say whenever I questioned the disparity. Some people shine naturally. The implication that I didn't shine stung deeply, but it also fueled my determination to prove myself. When Jessica married Alan Thompson, a wealthy real estate developer at 24, my parents treated it like a royal wedding. They spent their entire savings on the elaborate ceremony, beaming with pride as their daughter secured her place in high society. I was in my first year of law school, then working 2 jobs to pay my tuition. They asked if I could contribute to the wedding fund. The years that followed only widened the gap between us. Jessica became a trophy wife, living in a mansion in the suburbs, hosting dinner parties for Alan's business associates, and eventually giving birth to twins, Tyler and Sophia. My parents practically moved into their guest house for 6 months after the twins were born, helping with every diaper change and midnight feeding. Meanwhile, I struggled through law school, graduated with honors, and began the grueling process of establishing myself in a competitive field. I specialized in real estate law partly because I was good at it, and partly out of some subconscious desire to understand the world that had accepted my sister so readily. For 10 years, I worked 80-hour weeks, taking every case I could get, building my reputation, one victory at a time. The irony wasn't lost on me that while Jessica married into real estate wealth, I was becoming an expert in the legal frameworks that protected that wealth. It was as if I was circling the fortress that had welcomed her but excluded me. Contact with my family dwindled to holiday phone calls and occasional emails. Each time I'd hear endless stories about Jessica's perfect children, her community volunteering, her husband's latest business success. My achievements were acknowledged with polite disinterest, if mentioned at all. Then 3 weeks ago, I won a landmark case against a major development company that had been swindling elderly homeowners out of their properties. The case made headlines in industry publications, and suddenly my phone was ringing with calls from prestigious firms offering partnerships. After a decade of hard work, I had arrived. The call from Jessica came the next day. "Amity, I saw your name in Alan's business journal. Something about a big case we should celebrate. Come to dinner on Saturday." The invitation stunned me. For the first time, there was something resembling pride in her voice when she spoke about me. After all these years of seeking approval, could this finally be my moment of acceptance? I spent $200 on a bottle of wine to bring as a gift. I bought a new outfit, had my hair styled, even splurged on a professional manicure. Pathetic in retrospect, how eagerly I jumped at the chance for family validation. The drive to Jessica's mansion in the wealthiest suburb of Portland filled me with jittery anticipation. Her home was a sprawling Tudor-style estate with manicured gardens and a circular driveway. As I parked my sensible sedan among the luxury vehicles, I took a deep breath, straightened my shoulders, and told myself that tonight would be different. My parents greeted me at the door with brief hugs. My mother commented that I'd finally done something with my hair, while my father asked if the car outside was a rental. Jessica appeared behind them, elegant in designer loungewear, her smile not quite reaching her eyes. "Amity, you made it. Come in, Alan's just opening wine." I handed her the expensive bottle I'd brought, watching as she glanced at the label without comment and handed it to a hovering housekeeper. "We'll save this for another time," she said dismissively. "Alan's already selected a vintage for tonight." Despite this initial coolness, the first hour went reasonably well. We sat in her sunroom and I answered questions about my case. My father seemed genuinely impressed by some of the legal strategies I described, and even Jessica asked thoughtful questions about the impact on industry practices. For the first time in my life, I felt like they were seeing me, the real me, the accomplished professional I'd become. It was a heady feeling, and it lowered my guard just enough to miss the undercurrents of what was really happening. The dinner itself started pleasantly enough. Jessica's dining room was straight out of an architectural magazine. Crystal chandelier, hand-painted wallpaper, antique mahogany table that could seat 16, but was set for just the 6 of us, my parents, Jessica and Alan, and me. The twins, now 10 years old, joined us for dinner. I hadn't seen them in over 2 years, and they had grown from chubby toddlers into miniature versions of their parents. Sophia had Jessica's perfectly styled blonde hair and practiced smile, while Tyler had his father's calculating eyes and rigid posture. "Aunt Amity works with buildings like Daddy," Jessica explained to them as we took our seats. "Not exactly," I corrected gently. "I'm an attorney who specializes in real estate law. I protect people's rights to their property." Alan cleared his throat. "Actually, Amity just causes problems for legitimate business transactions. Makes everything take twice as long." There was an awkward pause before everyone except me laughed. "Always the rule follower," Jessica said, serving the salad. "Remember how she used to tattle on me for breaking curfew, Mom?" "She was always so serious," my mother agreed. "We worried she'd never have any fun." "Well, her seriousness has finally paid off," my father said, raising his glass slightly. "That big case must have come with a nice paycheck." "Nothing compared to what Alan makes in a month," Jessica interjected quickly, patting her husband's hand. And just like that, the brief acknowledgement of my success was diminished and dismissed. Throughout the first course, Jessica peppered me with questions that seemed innocent but carried subtle jabs. "Still single, Amity? I know a few divorced men from Alan's golf club I could introduce you to." "That outfit is nice. Is that what female attorneys wear these days? So masculine." "Your apartment must feel so cozy. I can't imagine living in such a small space again." Each comment landed like a tiny paper cut, individually insignificant but collectively painful. My parents nodded along, occasionally adding their own observations about my life choices. "We always hoped Amity would find a nice man and settle down," my mother sighed. "Career women often regret not focusing on family sooner." "Not everyone can be lucky enough to find their Alan," Jessica replied, smiling at her husband. I noticed something odd during these exchanges. While Jessica spoke to me, her eyes frequently darted to our parents, as if gauging their reactions, and several times I caught her and Alan exchanging meaningful glances. The twins, perhaps mimicking their parents' behavior, began their own campaign of subtle nastiness. Sophia accidentally spilled water near my plate twice, while Tyler asked loudly why I didn't have any children of my own. "Some women just aren't meant to be mothers," Jessica told him loud enough for everyone to hear. As the main course was served, I excused myself to use the restroom, needing a moment alone to collect myself. On my way back, I passed Alan's home office, where I could hear him speaking in hushed but urgent tones on the phone. "Yes, tonight. She has no idea. Jessica's handling it." He saw me in the doorway and abruptly ended the call. "Enjoying dinner, Amity?" he asked, his smile tight. "It's lovely," I lied. "Jessica's always been a wonderful hostess." He nodded, studying me with an expression I couldn't quite read. "You know, your case against Riverfront Development was impressive. You're quite the formidable opponent when you choose to be." Something in his tone made my skin crawl. Back at the table, I noticed Jessica whispering something to our mother, who glanced at me and nodded. My father was unusually quiet, focusing intently on cutting his steak into precise pieces. The strange behavior continued throughout the meal. Twice I caught fragments of whispered conversations. After dessert, the papers. Finally getting rid of her claim. Grandmother would have agreed eventually. At the mention of my grandmother, memories flooded back. My father's mother had been the one person in the family who seemed to truly see me. While my parents doted on Jessica, Grandma Elizabeth spent time with me, encouraging my academic pursuits and telling me I was destined for important things. The last time I saw her before she passed away 5 years ago, she had pulled me aside at a family gathering. "Don't let them diminish you, Amity," she had said, her once strong voice, frail but determined. "You have more strength than all of them combined." I was pulled from this memory by Jessica's announcement that she had wonderful news to share, but wanted to wait until after dessert. The way she looked at me when she said it, a mixture of triumph and anticipation, sent a chill down my spine. As dessert was being served, an elaborate tiramisu that Jessica made sure to mention she had prepared herself, my anxiety reached a breaking point. Something was very wrong here. This dinner wasn't a celebration of my success. It was something else entirely. I remembered another incident from my childhood when I was 14 and had won a prestigious scholarship to a summer program at Stanford University. Somehow, the acceptance letter had disappeared from the mail, and by the time I called to follow up, the spot had been given to another student. Years later, I discovered that Jessica had hidden the letter because she was jealous of the attention it might bring me. Now, watching her whisper to our parents and exchange knowing looks with Alan, I felt the same sense of impending betrayal. "So Amity," Jessica said, setting down her dessert fork with theatrical precision. "Before I share our big news, I thought it might be nice to look at some old family photos." She nodded to Tyler, who ran from the room and returned with several leather-bound albums. Jessica opened one to a specific page and pushed it toward me. It showed our grandmother's farm, 20 acres of prime land just outside the city limits, with a small but charming farmhouse where we had spent summers as children. "Remember how much we loved Grandma's place?" Jessica asked, her voice suddenly syrupy with nostalgia. I nodded cautiously. Of course. Those were wonderful summers. "Such a shame what's happening to that beautiful property now," my father interjected, shaking his head sadly. "What do you mean?" I asked. "Last I checked, the property was being maintained according to the trust Grandma established." A strange smile spread across Jessica's face. "Well, that's actually what we wanted to talk to you about tonight." Jessica continued flipping through the photo album, lingering on images of our grandmother's farm. Pictures of the apple orchard in bloom, the small creek that ran along the eastern boundary, the weathered red barn that had stood for over a century. "Grandma loved that place so much," Jessica said, her voice dripping with false sentimentality. "She would be heartbroken to see it sitting empty. Wouldn't she, Mom?" My mother nodded solemnly. Elizabeth always wanted the farm to benefit the family, to be put to good use. Something in their tones made my stomach tighten. "The trust specifies that the farm remains untouched for 10 years after her death," I said carefully. "That was Grandma's explicit wish." Alan cleared his throat. "About that trust, there have been some developments." Jessica closed the photo album and folded her hands on top of it. "Amity, we know Grandma told you she was leaving the farm to you. But we've been discussing it as a family, and we've come to realize she wasn't in her right mind when she made that promise." The room seemed to tilt slightly. "What are you talking about?" "Grandma was perfectly lucid until the end. And she didn't just tell me, she put it in her will and established the trust." My father shook his head. "Elizabeth was showing signs of confusion in those last months. The doctors confirmed it. We simply didn't want to upset you by mentioning it." "What doctors?" I spoke with her physician regularly. "He never mentioned any cognitive issues." "A specialist," my mother chimed in vaguely. "Very respected in his field." Jessica leaned forward, adopting an expression of sympathetic concern that didn't reach her eyes. "The point is, Amity Grandma wasn't capable of making sound decisions about her estate. And Dad, Mom, and I have been working with Alan's attorneys to correct this unfortunate situation." The pieces suddenly clicked into place. The strange behavior, the whispered conversations, the calculated dinner invitation after years of minimal contact. "You're challenging Grandma's will," I stated flatly. "That's what this dinner is really about." Jessica had the audacity to look offended. "This dinner is about family coming together to make things right. The farm should benefit all of us, not just you." "By benefit all of us, you mean sell it to developers?" I asked, remembering Alan's business connections. Alan spoke up, his businessman persona fully engaged. "We've had several very generous offers for the land. The location is prime for a new luxury housing development. The proceeds would be split between all family members, of course. After administrative fees and development consultations, I noted, looking pointedly at Alan, which I assume your company would provide." He didn't deny it. "We've already filed the paperwork to contest the will," my father said. "Jessica's been handling the details for months now. The hearing is next week." Months. They had been plotting this for months without saying a word to me. I thought back to my grandmother's last days, how she had called me to her bedside, gripping my hand with surprising strength. "The farm is yours, Amity," she had whispered. "Not to sell, but to keep. To have something that's just yours. Something no one can take away." She knew. Somehow she had anticipated this very scenario. "Grandma wanted the farm preserved," I said quietly. "That's why she put it in a trust with specific conditions. She loved that land. She didn't want it carved up into cookie-cutter luxury homes." Jessica rolled her eyes. "That's so impractical. The property taxes alone are ridiculous. And for what, empty fields and a falling-down house?" "It's not falling down," I countered. "I've been maintaining it according to the trust requirements." "With trust funds that could be better used elsewhere," Alan interjected. I looked around the table at my family. My parents, who had always prioritized Jessica, now actively helping her steal my inheritance. Jessica, who had everything: the wealthy husband, the beautiful children, the mansion, but still wanted the one thing that had been specifically left to me. And Alan seeing dollar signs where I saw precious memories. "You can't do this," I said, my attorney mind beginning to calculate legal strategies. "The will is ironclad. I helped Grandma draft it myself." Jessica's smile turned cold. "That's exactly the problem, isn't it? You, the lawyer, helping a confused old woman write a will that mysteriously benefits you above everyone else. The judge will find that very interesting." "Are you accusing me of manipulating Grandma?" I asked incredulously. "If the shoe fits," Jessica replied with a shrug. "My father at least had the decency to look uncomfortable. We're not saying you did anything wrong intentionally, Amity. Just that your legal knowledge might have inadvertently influenced Elizabeth's decisions." "This is absurd," I said, feeling heat rise in my cheeks. "Grandma was evaluated by 2 separate physicians before signing the will specifically to prevent these kinds of challenges. Her wishes were clear and legally documented." "Documents can be contested," Alan said smoothly, "especially when there's evidence of undue influence." "What evidence?" I demanded. Jessica exchanged a look with Alan before responding. "We have statements from caregivers who witnessed you discussing the will with Grandma privately multiple times. Because she asked me to, she wanted to ensure everything was in order." "It doesn't look good, Amity," my mother said quietly. "A lawyer granddaughter coaching an elderly woman on her will then becoming the primary beneficiary." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. They were twisting my genuine desire to help Grandma into something sinister. "The farm was Grandma's security," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "She wanted it to be mine. She told all of you that multiple times over the years." Jessica waved her hand dismissively. "People say all sorts of things. Legally, what matters is what can be proven in court, and we have a very strong case for having the will invalidated." I looked at my parents, searching for any sign of doubt or remorse. There was none. They were fully committed to Jessica's scheme. "Why are you doing this?" I asked them directly. "You've always given Jessica everything she wanted. Why help her take the one thing Grandma wanted me to have?" My father cleared his throat uncomfortably. "It's not about taking anything from you, Amity. It's about doing what's best for the entire family. And Jessica's family needs it more. my mother added. With 2 children to put through college eventually, and all their activities. I need it more, I echoed in disbelief. Jessica lives in a mansion. Her husband is a millionaire. Don't be dramatic, Jessica snapped. We have expenses you couldn't possibly understand. Private school tuition, country club memberships, summer homes. Those aren't needs, Jessica. Those are luxuries. Alan stepped in, his tone condescending. The point is, Amity, the farm sitting empty benefits no one. Developed properly, it could provide financial security for generations of our family. It's not sitting empty, I insisted. I go there regularly. I maintain it. I honor Grandma's memory by preserving what she loved. Sentiment doesn't pay property taxes, Jessica said coldly. Face reality, Amity. The farm is going to be developed. The only question is whether you'll fight us and drain the estate with legal fees or accept the inevitable gracefully. I looked at each of their faces, these people who were supposed to be my family, and saw nothing but greed and calculation. The betrayal cut deep, but it also cleared away any lingering illusions I had about my place in this family. I won't let you do this, I said firmly. I'm an attorney who specializes in property law. I know my rights and I know what Grandma wanted. Jessica's face hardened. We thought you might be difficult about this. The tension in the dining room had reached unbearable levels. Jessica's children had been sent upstairs at some point during our argument, but I could sense them hovering at the top of the staircase listening. Difficult, I repeated, my voice surprisingly steady, despite the emotions churning inside me. Is that what you call defending my legal inheritance from a coordinated family conspiracy? Jessica's perfectly manicured nails tapped an impatient rhythm on the table. Always so dramatic, Amity. This isn't a conspiracy. It's a family making sensible financial decisions. By falsely claiming our grandmother was mentally incompetent, I challenged. By accusing me of manipulating her, that goes well beyond sensible financial decisions. Alan adjusted his gold cufflinks, a nervous tic I'd noticed over the years. Look, we can do this the easy way or the hard way. The easy way is you sign the paperwork we've prepared, agreeing to the sale of the property and an equal 4-way split of the proceeds minus development fees. You walk away with a nice check and we all remain on good terms. And the hard way, I asked, though I already knew. We proceed with challenging the will in court, my father said gravely. We have resources you don't, Amity. Multiple attorneys, expert witnesses prepared to testify about Elizabeth's mental state, documentation of your involvement in drafting the will. I almost laughed. Dad, I'm a successful attorney. I have resources too, and more importantly, I have the truth on my side. Grandma was of sound mind, multiple doctors confirmed it, and she wanted the farm preserved, not carved up for profit. The truth, Jessica scoffed. The truth is you've always been jealous of me, and you manipulated Grandma into giving you the most valuable family asset out of spite. That accusation was so backwards it momentarily left me speechless. Jessica had been the favored child our entire lives. I'd been the one desperately seeking scraps of approval and acknowledgement. Jessica, my mother said in a warning tone, glancing nervously at me. This was apparently not part of their rehearsed script. But Jessica was on a roll now, her mask of civility slipping to reveal the raw jealousy beneath. Don't Jessica me, Mom. We all know it's true. Little Amity always trying so hard with her straight A's and her scholarships and her fancy law degree, always trying to prove she's special too. I never claimed to be special, I said quietly. I just wanted to be seen. Oh, we see you, Jessica sneered. We see exactly what you are. A calculating, manipulative woman who used her legal knowledge to swindle her own grandmother. I stood up then, unable to sit at that table for another moment. I'm not going to listen to these unfounded accusations. Grandma knew exactly what she was doing when she left me the farm. She knew I would honor her wishes and protect her legacy, and that's exactly what I intend to do. Jessica stood as well, her face flushed with anger. You really think you can fight all of us? Mom and Dad are on our side. Alan has connections with every judge in the county. You're alone, Amity, just like you've always been. The truth of her words stung but also strengthened my resolve. I'd rather be alone than be part of this corrupt little scheme you've concocted. I reached for my purse, intending to leave, before I said something truly unforgivable. But Jessica wasn't finished. "You know what your problem is, Amity," she said, her voice rising. "You think you're better than us with your principles and your career. But the truth is you're pathetic. A 34-year-old spinster with nothing but her job and a rundown farm she visits on weekends to feel special." "That's enough, Jessica," my father interjected, but there was no real authority in his voice. Jessica ignored him, moving around the table toward me, her eyes bright with a lifetime of resentment I'd never fully understood. "You think Grandma loved you best, that she saw something in you no one else did. She pitied you, Amity. Plain serious, awkward Amity who couldn't make friends or find a husband." "You don't know what you're talking about," I said, struggling to maintain my composure. "Grandma and I understood each other." "Grandma was losing her mind," Jessica practically shouted. "She thought you were me half the time toward the end. That's probably why she left you the farm. She got confused about which granddaughter she was talking to." That blatant lie was the final straw. "Stop it, Jessica. Just stop." Grandma was sharp until her final day, and you know it. This pathetic attempt to rewrite history won't work with me, and it won't work in court either. Something dangerous flashed in Jessica's eyes then. She glanced at the crystal water pitcher in the center of the table, then back at me. "You really think you're going to win this, don't you?" she asked, her voice suddenly calm in a way that sent warning signals through my body. Before I could respond, Jessica grabbed the water pitcher and in one swift motion upended it over my head. The shock of the ice-cold water took my breath away. It drenched my hair, ran down my face, soaked the front of my blouse and skirt. For a moment, the dining room was utterly silent, except for the dripping of water onto the hardwood floor. Jessica's face was contorted with cruel triumph as she set the emptied pitcher down with a thud. 10 minutes, she said, her voice cold and clear. "You have 10 minutes to leave my house before I call the police and have you removed for trespassing." I stood, frozen water dripping from my chin, unable to believe what had just happened. Then, to my further shock, my parents began to nod in agreement with Jessica. My father even gave a small approving clap. "It's for the best, Amity. Sign the papers and move on." My mother added, "We're still family. This doesn't have to change anything." From the staircase came the unmistakable sound of muffled laughter. Tyler and Sophia had witnessed the entire scene and found their mother's cruelty amusing. I could see the glow of a phone screen. One of them was recording this humiliation. In that moment of utter betrayal, something crystallized inside me. A lifetime of seeking approval from people who would never give it. A lifetime of playing by rules that were always rigged against me. A lifetime of accepting less than I deserved because I'd been conditioned to believe that was all I was worth. No more. With deliberate calmness, I reached up and wiped the water from my face. Then, to everyone's surprise, including my own, I smiled. Jessica's smug expression faltered slightly, clearly thrown by my reaction. She had expected tears, shouting a dramatic exit, not this eerie calm. I bent down and picked up my briefcase, which I'd brought to dinner out of habit more than necessity. Setting it on the table, I clicked it open. "What are you doing?" Jessica demanded, uncertainty creeping into her voice. "You said I have 10 minutes, I replied, my tone measured and controlled. "That's plenty of time." From my briefcase, I withdrew a thick stack of legal documents, neatly bound and labeled. I placed them on the table, careful to avoid the puddle of water. "Well then," I said, meeting Jessica's gaze directly, my voice dropping to an icy whisper that silenced the room. "You've only got 10 minutes left to pray." Jessica's face went from triumphant to confused in an instant. Alan stepped forward, eyeing the stack of documents with growing concern. "What is this supposed to be?" Jessica demanded, trying to maintain her authoritative tone but unable to hide the flicker of uncertainty in her eyes. I straightened my wet blouse as best I could and seated myself calmly back at the table. "Please, everyone, sit down. Since we're having a family meeting about property and legal matters, I have a few things to contribute. Something in my tone, perhaps the absolute certainty in it, made them comply. One by one, my family members returned to their seats, staring at the documents I'd placed before them. For the past 6 months, I've been investigating some interesting patterns in local real estate development, specifically developments managed by Thompson Enterprises. Alan's face paled visibly. What are you talking about? I'm talking about fraud, Alan. Systematic, documented fraud. I slid the top document toward him. This is a copy of a report I've compiled detailing how your company has been pressuring elderly homeowners to sell their properties below market value by creating false code violations and threatening legal action they can't afford to fight. Jessica looked at her husband sharply. Alan, what is she talking about? Alan loosened his tie, a thin sheen of sweat appearing on his forehead. This is ridiculous. You can't prove anything. Actually, I can. I pulled out another document. Sworn statements from 15 elderly residents who were targeted by your company. Documentation of the falsified code violations. Paper trails of the shell companies you used to hide your involvement. My father leaned forward, his banker's instincts piqued despite himself. Is this true, Alan? Of course not, Alan snapped, but his voice lacked conviction. He reached for the documents, but I pulled them back. Don't worry, I have multiple copies. In fact, the originals were delivered to the district attorney's office yesterday morning. They were quite interested, especially given the pattern of targeting vulnerable seniors. Reminds them of another case they're working on. I paused meaningfully. My case? Jessica's face had lost all color. You're lying. You're just trying to distract us from the issue with Grandma's farm. About that, I continued pulling out another set of documents. Did you really think I wouldn't have prepared for this, Grandma, and I didn't just draft a will, Jessica? We created an ironclad trust with multiple layers of protection, specifically because she was worried about exactly this scenario. I spread out the trust documents, pointing to key clauses. Grandma's mental competency was evaluated by 3 separate physicians before signing these documents. The trust includes a no-contest clause. If any family member challenges its validity, they are automatically excluded from any benefits. And most importantly, I flipped to the last page. The farm was legally transferred to the trust 5 years before Grandma's death, while she was indisputably of sound mind. It's not even part of her estate anymore. My parents exchanged alarmed glances. This was clearly news to them. Furthermore, I continued relentlessly. I have here documentation showing that Jessica and Alan attempted to forge Grandma's signature on a deed transfer 2 years before she died. I slid forward a laboratory analysis report. The handwriting analysis is quite conclusive. That's fraud, attempted theft, and elder abuse. That's not possible, Jessica whispered, but her eyes told a different story. She knew exactly what I was referring to. My father, ever the pragmatist, was quickly reassessing the situation. Amity, surely we can discuss this reasonably as a family. Like you were being reasonable about accusing me of manipulating Grandma, I countered. Or like Jessica was being reasonable when she poured water over my head. I turned to Alan, who was frantically scanning the documents, his face growing more ashen by the second. There's more, Alan. I've been tracking your company's financial irregularities for months. The properties you've been buying through shell companies, the suspicious rezoning approvals, the unexplained payments to certain city officials. Alan stood abruptly, nearly knocking over his chair. I need to call my attorney. By all means, I said, gesturing toward the door. Though you might want to know that the FBI has also received copies of my findings. They tend to take white-collar crime and corruption quite seriously. As Alan rushed from the room, phone already in hand, I turned back to my sister and parents. The shock on their faces was almost comical. But wait, I said, reaching for one final document. There's one more thing you should know. Jessica, now visibly shaking, glared at me with a mixture of fear and hatred. What more could you possibly have? I slid the last document toward her, enjoying the moment of perfect justice. Remember when you were having cash flow problems last year, Jessica? When Alan's business was under scrutiny and his accounts were temporarily frozen, her eyes widened. She knew exactly what I was referring to. You took out a second mortgage on this house, I continued. A rather substantial one at a very high interest rate through a company called Monarch Financial Solutions. My father, the banker, winced at the mention of the interest rate. What Jessica and Alan don't know, I said, allowing myself a small smile, is that Monarch Financial Solutions is a subsidiary of a holding company that I created 3 years ago as an investment vehicle. In other words, I own your mortgage, Jessica. And according to my records, you've missed the last 3 payments. Jessica's jaw literally dropped. That's not possible. I assure you it is. Check the paperwork yourself. And according to the terms of that mortgage, which I'm certain Alan didn't read carefully enough, I have the right to foreclose after 3 missed payments without further notice. I stood up, gathering my documents carefully. So you see, Jessica, this house technically belongs to me now. I could give you 10 minutes to leave, but I'm not as cruel as you are. The silence in the dining room was absolute. Even the twins had stopped giggling on the staircase. You wouldn't, Jessica finally whispered. We have children. Unlike you, I replied. I don't take pleasure in making family members homeless. But I will protect what's rightfully mine, and I will hold all of you accountable for your actions. My parents, who had been stunned into silence, finally found their voices. Amity, my father, began, his authoritative tone replaced with something resembling fear we didn't know about Alan's business practices or the mortgage situation. We were just trying to do what was best for everyone with Grandma's farm. By accusing me of manipulating her, by helping Jessica try to steal my inheritance, by applauding when she assaulted me at the dinner table, I shook my head. No, Dad. You weren't thinking about what was best for everyone. You were doing what you've always done, prioritizing Jessica over me. Truth and fairness be damned. From upstairs came the sound of a door slamming, followed by Alan's raised voice as he presumably argued with his attorney on the phone. Jessica, her face crumpling, made one last attempt. You can't do this to us. We're family. I looked at her, really looked at her, perhaps for the first time. Behind the perfect hair and designer clothes was a woman who had built her entire identity around being favored and special. A woman who had never developed the resilience that comes from having to earn your place in the world. Yes, Jessica, we're family, I agreed quietly, which is why your betrayal cuts so deep. But family doesn't mean enabling harmful behavior or accepting mistreatment. It should mean love, support, and respect, none of which I've received from any of you tonight, or for most of my life. I closed my briefcase with a definitive click and stood up, straight, water still dripping from my clothes but my dignity fully intact. I'll have my attorney contact you all tomorrow with next steps. And Jessica, I added, pausing at the dining room doorway, you might want to start packing. The next few minutes unfolded like a scene from a movie I'd watched rather than lived. Alan rushed back into the dining room, his phone clutched in a white-knuckled grip, panic written across his face. She's right, he said to Jessica, his voice cracking. She's goddamn right about everything. Jessica's perfect composure finally shattered. What do you mean, everything? What have you done, Alan? Not now, he hissed, glancing at me nervously. We need to talk privately. But Jessica was beyond discretion now, her world collapsing around her. No, tell me right now, is what she said about your business true? About the mortgage? About Grandma's farm? Alan loosened his tie, further looking trapped. Some of it, there might be some irregularities in some of the business dealings. But it's complicated, just standard industry practices that look bad when taken out of context. I couldn't help but interject. Fraud is not a standard industry practice, Alan. Neither is elder abuse or bribery. My father, ever practical even in crisis, tried to regain control of the situation. Amity, surely we can reach some kind of understanding here. A family agreement that keeps all of this private. The implication was clear. They wanted to sweep everything under the rug, protect Alan from legal consequences, save Jessica from humiliation, and preserve their own comfortable narrative about our family dynamic. I'm afraid it's too late for that, I said firmly. The documentation has already been submitted to the proper authorities. This isn't just about me or Grandma's farm anymore. It's about all the elderly people Alan's company has victimized. My mother, who had been uncharacteristically quiet, suddenly stood and approached me. For a wild moment, I thought she might embrace me, offer some long overdue maternal comfort. Instead, she adjusted her pearl necklace and said, "Amity, darling, we may have been hasty about the farm situation. Of course, we respect your legal rights to the property. There's no need to pursue these other, unfortunate matters." The transparent attempt to bargain, my silence about Alan's crimes in exchange for them backing off about the farm, was the final insult. "Mom," I said quietly, "do you hear yourself? You're suggesting I overlook serious criminal activity to maintain family peace. That's not how integrity works." Jessica, meanwhile, had moved from shock to desperate anger. She lunged for the stack of documents I'd shown them, but I'd already returned them to my briefcase. "You're making this all up," she shouted, her carefully applied makeup now streaked with tears. "You've always been jealous of me, of my life, my family. This is just your pathetic revenge." Alan grabbed her arm, trying to quiet her. "Jessica, stop. She has proof. My lawyer confirmed it." The look of betrayal Jessica gave her husband was almost enough to make me pity her. Almost. From the top of the stairs, Tyler called down, "Mom, Dad, what's happening?" "Nothing, honey," Jessica replied automatically, her social mask slipping back into place with practiced ease. "Just a family discussion. Stay upstairs with your sister." But the illusion of normalcy was shattered when the doorbell rang, its melodic chime incongruously cheerful in the tense atmosphere. Alan froze. "Who's that?" I checked my watch. That would be the police. "The police?" Jessica echoed, her voice rising to a near shriek. "You called the police on your own family?" "Actually, I called them before I arrived," I explained calmly. "I had a reasonable suspicion that this dinner invitation, after years of minimal contact, might be a setup. I asked them to do a welfare check at precisely 8:30 if I didn't call to cancel. It's now 8:31. Alan's face contorted with rage. "You calculated all of this. Set us up." "No, Alan. I prepared for the worst while hoping for the best. There's a difference. If this had truly been a dinner to celebrate my professional success, the police would never have been involved." Jessica's housekeeper appeared at the dining room entrance, looking uncomfortable. "Mrs. Thompson, there are police officers at the door, asking to speak with Miss Walker." I stepped forward. "That would be me. Please show them in." What followed was surreal. 2 officers entered the dining room, taking in the scene, me still damp from the water, the others in various states of distress. "Miss Walker, are you all right?" the female officer asked, her hand instinctively moving toward her belt. "I'm fine, Officer Chen," I said, having spoken with her earlier that day. "Just a family disagreement that got a bit wet." I gestured to my soaked clothing. "Did someone assault you, ma'am?" her partner asked, eyeing Jessica suspiciously. I considered the question carefully. I could press charges against Jessica for assault right then and there. The evidence was clear. I was standing in soaked clothes, and the twins had even recorded the incident. It would be a simple matter to have Jessica arrested on the spot. But that wasn't my goal. Justice, not vengeance. "No charges at this time," I said finally. "But I would appreciate an escort to my car, and I believe you might want to speak with Mr. Thompson about some business matters that have recently come to light." Alan went completely pale. "This is harassment. I'm calling my attorney again." "By all means," replied Officer Chen coolly. "You can do that down at the station. We have some questions about complaints filed by several elderly residents regarding Thompson Enterprises." While her partner began speaking with Alan, Officer Chen helped me gather my belongings. My parents, watching their carefully constructed family narrative crumble in real time, made one last desperate attempt to salvage the situation. "Amity," my father said, his voice suddenly gentle, "you know, we've always been proud of you in our way. This has all been a terrible misunderstanding." I looked at him, really looked at him, perhaps for the first time seeing him not as the imposing father figure of my childhood, but as a flawed man who had made the grave mistake of playing favorites with his children. "No, Dad," I said quietly. "This wasn't a misunderstanding. This was the inevitable result of decades of favoritism and enabling. Jessica believed she could treat me this way because you and Mom have always allowed it. You've always taken her side, excused her behavior, prioritized her wants over my needs." My mother stepped forward, tears welling in her eyes. "That's not true, Amity. We love both our daughters equally." The laugh that escaped me held no humor. "Mom, tonight you literally applauded when Jessica poured water over my head and threatened to have me removed from her house. That's not love. That's not even basic respect." She had no response to that. As Officer Chen escorted me toward the front door, Jessica made one final desperate appeal. "Amity, please, think about the children. What will happen to them if Alan goes to jail? If we lose the house?" I paused, turning back to her. "You should have thought about that before you decided to conspire against me, Jessica. Before Alan decided to build his business on fraud and exploitation, actions have consequences." "We can change," she pleaded, suddenly willing to promise anything. "We'll back off about Grandma's farm. We'll make it right." For a moment, I almost wavered. Despite everything, these people were my family, the only one I'd ever known. But then I remembered my grandmother's words. "Don't let them diminish you, Amity." "It's too late for that," I said finally. "You've shown me exactly who you are and what you think of me. I won't forget that lesson." With that, I walked out of Jessica's house, the house that technically now belonged to me, with my head held high, leaving behind the wreckage of a family that had never truly accepted me for who I was. In the police car, as Officer Chen radioed in, I watched through the window as more officers arrived. Alan was escorted out in handcuffs while Jessica stood in the doorway, the twins clinging to her sides, her perfect life unraveling thread by thread. I felt no joy in their downfall, only a profound sense of closure. The scales had finally balanced, justice, not vengeance. As we drove away, I took one last look at the house in the rearview mirror and let go of the last remnants of the desperate need for approval that had shaped so much of my life. I was finally free. 1 year later, I stood on the porch of my grandmother's farmhouse, watching the sunset paint the apple orchard in shades of gold and amber. A gentle September breeze carried the scent of ripening fruit and freshly cut grass, and for the first time in as long as I could remember, I felt completely at peace. The past 12 months had been transformative in ways I never could have imagined that night at Jessica's dinner table. The journey from that moment of crisis to this quiet contentment had been neither straight nor easy, but every difficult step had led me here to a place of genuine healing. After that fateful night, the legal proceedings unfolded with swift efficiency. Alan's business practices came under intense scrutiny, leading to multiple indictments for fraud, elder abuse, and bribery of public officials. He eventually accepted a plea deal that included restitution to his victims' hefty fines and 3 years in federal prison. Jessica, faced with the collapse of her carefully constructed perfect life, initially lashed out, blaming everyone but herself for the situation. The mortgage on her mansion indeed fell into default, but contrary to what she feared, I didn't immediately foreclose. Instead, I offered her a choice. She could work with me to sell the property and use the proceeds to downsize to something more reasonable, or she could fight me in court and lose everything. For once in her life, Jessica made the practical choice. The mansion was sold and she moved with the twins into a modest 3-bedroom home in a middle-class neighborhood. The last I heard, she had taken a job as a retail manager at an upscale department store, her first real employment in over 15 years. My parents, faced with the undeniable evidence of their favoritism and its consequences, reacted in different ways. My father retreated into work, unable to face the reality of his role in creating the family dynamic that had culminated in such a dramatic implosion. My mother, somewhat surprisingly, reached out repeatedly, seeking to rebuild some kind of relationship. At first, I ignored her calls and emails. The wound was still too fresh, the betrayal too complete. But eventually, after several months of therapy, I agreed to meet her for coffee. "I failed you," she said simply, her eyes filling with tears as soon as we sat down. "I failed you as a mother, and I have no excuse." It wasn't an immediate reconciliation. Too much damage had been done for that. But it was a beginning. We started seeing each other once a month, carefully rebuilding a relationship based on truth rather than illusion. She even volunteered occasionally at the community programs I'd established at the farm, though we never discussed Jessica or my father during these visits. As for Grandma's farm, I had followed through on what I knew she would have wanted. The 20 acres remained undeveloped but far from unused. I converted the old barn into a legal aid center that provided free services to elderly residents facing housing issues or predatory development practices. The farmhouse became both my weekend retreat and a gathering place for a support group I'd helped establish for people dealing with family estrangement and toxic relationships. The apple orchard was now a community garden where local schools brought children for educational programs. Every Saturday, volunteers from town came to tend the vegetables and flowers, creating a vibrant community space from what might have become yet another soulless luxury housing development. My professional life had also transformed. After the case against Allen's company made headlines, my expertise in combating elder exploitation became highly sought after. I left my firm to establish my own practice focused exclusively on protecting seniors from predatory business practices. We were now a team of 5 attorneys and 3 paralegals with a waiting list of clients. More important than these external changes, though, was the internal transformation I'd undergone. The night Jessica poured water over my head had been humiliating and painful, but it had also been clarifying. It had stripped away the last of my illusions about my family and freed me from the exhausting pursuit of approval I would never receive. In therapy, I'd come to understand that my lifelong quest for family recognition had shaped nearly every aspect of my life. My career choice, my work ethic, even my personal relationships had all been influenced by the deep-seated belief that I needed to prove my worth. Breaking free from that pattern had been the most difficult and rewarding work of my life. I'd begun dating again, this time choosing partners based on genuine connection rather than how they might look to my family. I'd reconnected with old friends and made new ones who appreciated me for exactly who I was. I'd even adopted a dog, something I'd always wanted but had put off because my apartment felt too temporary, my life too unsettled. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the land my grandmother had entrusted to me, I thought about how she would feel about all that had happened. The betrayal would have broken her heart, but I liked to think she would be proud of how I'd responded to it, not with hatred or endless bitterness, but by creating something positive from the ashes of what had been destroyed. "You were right, Grandma," I whispered to the evening breeze. I did have more strength than I knew. The next morning, I hosted the monthly community breakfast at the farm. Nearly 50 people gathered at long tables set up in the orchard, sharing food and conversation. Some were clients from the Legal Aid Center, others volunteers from the garden, still others from the support group. Together, they formed the chosen family I had built for myself out of the wreckage of the one I was born into. As I refilled coffee cups and chatted with guests, a new visitor approached. She introduced herself as a teacher from the local high school, interested in bringing her students to learn about sustainable agriculture. "This place is amazing," she said, looking around at the thriving community space. "How did you come up with the idea to use it this way?" I considered telling her the whole story. The family betrayal, the water incident, the legal battle that followed. But those details, while part of my journey, weren't what defined this place or me anymore. "Someone very wise once told me that our greatest wounds can become our greatest gifts," I said instead. This farm was meant to be preserved not just as land, but as a legacy of caring for others. That's what I'm trying to do here. Later, as the gathering wound down and people began to leave, I found myself alone for a moment beside the ancient oak tree where my grandmother and I had spent so many hours talking when I was young. The journey from that humiliating moment at Jessica's dinner table to this peaceful morning had been transformative. I had learned that family is not defined by blood alone, but by love, respect, and mutual support. I had discovered that standing up for myself wasn't selfish but necessary. And most importantly, I had found that sometimes the greatest gift we can receive is the moment of clarity that comes when illusions are washed away, leaving only truth behind. The water Jessica poured over my head that night hadn't diminished me. It had baptized me into a new life, one built on authenticity rather than approval, seeking on boundaries rather than martyrdom, on self-respect rather than self-sacrifice. That night, drenched and humiliated at my sister's table, I had thought my world was ending. Instead, it had been just beginning. As I picked up the last of the breakfast dishes, I smiled to myself. Life would always have its challenges, but I would never again allow anyone to make me feel smaller than I was, or less deserving of respect and dignity. That confidence was worth every painful step of the journey. For those of you watching who have ever felt diminished by the people who should have lifted you up, who have struggled to be seen and valued by your own family, know this: your worth is not determined by their ability to recognize it. Your strength may be discovered precisely in those moments when you feel most broken. And sometimes the family that truly nurtures you is the one you build for yourself after the one you were born into has failed. Thank you for listening to my story. If it resonated with you, please like and subscribe to hear more journeys of transformation. Share your own experiences in the comments below and let me know, was there ever a moment when something that seemed like humiliation became your turning point toward a better life? Remember, sometimes our most painful moments contain the fix for leavin', seeds of our greatest growth. Until next time, be kind to yourselves and never let anyone dim your light.
Welcome to Love Lies Chronicles.
Emma and I had been together for 2 years. Not casual dating, serious, living together, talking about the future kind of together. We discussed marriage timelines, picked out neighborhoods where we might want to buy a house, even argued about what we'd name our hypothetical kids. I thought we were solid. Then came that Tuesday evening in March. I was making dinner when she sat down at our kitchen table with that look. You know, the one, the "we need to talk" face that makes your stomach drop before anyone says a word. "I've been thinking a lot lately," she started, which is never how good conversations begin. I turned off the stove and sat down across from her. "Okay, I love you, Alex. I really do. But I'm not in love with you anymore." She paused, searching my face for a reaction. "I think we should transition to being friends." I sat there for a moment, processing. 2 years. Living together for 18 months. Joint Netflix account. Her toothbrush next to mine. All of it just friends now. "I know this is hard," she continued, "but I think we're better as friends than as partners. We get along so well. We have the same friend group, similar interests. We could have an amazing friendship." "Okay," I said. She blinked, clearly expecting more of a fight. "Okay, you want to be friends. I understand. Good to know. You're not upset?" "I'm processing it, but if that's what you want, then that's what we'll do. Friends it is." She actually smiled, relief washing over her face. "Oh, thank God. I was so worried you'd make this difficult or hate me or something. This is exactly why I know we'll be great friends. You're so reasonable and mature about everything." What she didn't say, but what I could see in her eyes, was that she expected everything to stay essentially the same. Same apartment, same daily routines, same emotional support and attention from me, just without the official title and physical intimacy. "I'll start looking for a new place tomorrow," I said. Her smile faltered. "What? Why?" "Because friends don't live together unless they're roommates by choice. And I don't think us being roommates is a good idea right now. But I can't afford this place on my own." "Then you should probably start looking too." That's when the first crack appeared in her composure. "I thought we could work something out. Make it work as friends. Friends help each other out sometimes, but they don't subsidize each other's rent. That's more of a relationship thing." She stared at me like I'd grown a second head. "You're really going to just leave? After everything we've built together? We built a relationship together. You want a friendship. Friendships have different foundations." Day 1, communication boundaries. The next morning, I woke up and did exactly what I'd do with any friend. Nothing special. For the past 2 years, my mornings had started with "good morning," beautiful texts when one of us left for work first. Little check-ins throughout the day. How's your meeting going? Thinking about you. Can't wait to see you tonight. That Wednesday, I got up, got ready for work, and left. No text. No special goodbye. Just a normal "see you later," like I'd say to any roommate. My phone buzzed around 10 a.m. "Emma, morning. How's your day going?" I was in the middle of a code review, so I didn't respond immediately. With Emma as my girlfriend, I would have stopped what I was doing to text back right away. With Emma as my friend, she got the same priority as any other friend. I'd respond when I had a natural break. I texted back around noon. "Good, busy morning. You?" Emma, "Same. Want to grab lunch?" Me, "Can't today. Have a working lunch with the team." Emma, "Dinner then." Me, "Already made plans with Jake." This was true. Jake and I had our monthly catch-up dinner planned for weeks. But normally, I would have canceled or rescheduled to spend time with Emma instead. Friends don't automatically get priority over other friends. Emma, "Tomorrow." Me, "I'll check my schedule and let you know." 3 dots appeared and disappeared several times. Finally, "You're being weird." Me, "How so?" Emma, "You're being so formal and distant." Me, "I'm being friendly. This is how I text with my friends." Emma, "But I'm not just any friend." Me, "According to yesterday's conversation, friendship is exactly what you are." Read receipt. No response for the rest of the day. That evening, I came home from dinner with Jake around 9 p.m. Emma was on the couch watching Netflix, our shared account that she'd logged into on her laptop. "Hey," I said, same tone I'd use greeting any roommate. "Hey." Her voice was tight. "How was dinner?" "Good." Jake says hi. I headed toward my bedroom. "That's it? You're not going to tell me about it?" I paused. For 2 years, I'd come home and immediately launched into detailed recaps of my day, asking about hers, settling in for long conversations about everything and nothing. "What do you want to know?" "I don't know." "Anything?" "We went to that new Italian place downtown." Jake's thinking about proposing to Sarah. His promotion came through. Basic friend-level information sharing. That's nice about Jake and Sarah. And the promotion. She was clearly waiting for more. "I'm pretty tired, so I'm going to head to bed. Night." "Wait." She paused the show. Can we talk for a bit? Like we used to?" "What did you want to talk about?" "I don't know. Just talk. About our days, about random stuff." "I miss that." "Emma, that's boyfriend behavior. Friends don't have mandatory daily decompression sessions." "So we're just going to be strangers living in the same apartment?" "We're going to be friends living in the same apartment until one of us finds a new place." Friends are friendly, but they don't have the same level of emotional intimacy as romantic partners. She looked like I'd slapped her. I didn't think friendship meant we'd become strangers. "We're not strangers. We're friends. This is what friendship looks like." Day 3, social media reality check. By Friday, Emma had started paying attention to my social media behavior. For 2 years, I'd been that boyfriend who liked every single one of her posts within minutes, left sweet comments, shared her stories. The works. As her friend, she got the same treatment as my other friends. I scrolled past posts that didn't interest me, liked ones that genuinely caught my attention, commented when I had something meaningful to add. She posted a selfie Friday morning with the caption, "Friday mood hot beverage sparkles." I scrolled past it. Nice picture, but not something that warranted engagement from me. I wouldn't comment "gorgeous" on Jake's selfies, so I wasn't going to do it for Emma's. She posted a story about her lunch salad. I didn't watch it. She shared an article about workplace productivity. I read it, found it interesting, and liked it. Friday evening, she confronted me about it. "You liked my article, but not my selfie." The article was interesting. The selfie was just a selfie. "You used to like all my posts." "I used to like them because I was your boyfriend, and I thought everything about you was amazing. Now I engage with your content the same way I engage with everyone else's, when it interests me or when I have something to add." That feels really impersonal. It is impersonal. That's what friends do. They don't have personal investment in each other's every social media post. She stared at me. "So you just don't think I'm amazing anymore?" "I think you're a good person and a good friend. But the everything you do is perfect mindset is romantic love, not friendship. I can't believe you can just turn feelings off like that." "I'm not turning feelings off. I'm adjusting my behavior to match the relationship you asked for. Week 2, the birthday test. The real test came the following Tuesday, Emma's birthday. For the past 2 years, I'd gone all out. Last year, I'd planned a surprise weekend trip to wine country, complete with a couple's massage and dinner at her favorite restaurant. The year before, I'd thrown her a surprise party with all her friends and family. This year, I sent her a text at 9 a.m. Happy birthday? Hope you have a great day birthday cake. That was it. No gift, no special plans, no elaborate gestures. My phone rang before 10 a.m. That's it. Her voice was shaky. Just a text. I wished you happy birthday. That's what friends do. Your other friends don't get you gifts? Sometimes. If I think of something they'd really like and I have the budget for it, maybe I'll grab something small. But it's not automatic. Something small? Like what? I don't know. A book I think they'd enjoy, or a coffee mug, or a card. Friend gifts. A card. The volume made me hold the phone away from my ear. Would you like me to get you a card? I don't want a card. I want. She trailed off. What do you want, Emma? Silence. Because what she wanted was boyfriend-level effort. The surprise trips, the elaborate gifts, the making her day special attention. But she'd specifically asked for friendship. My friends are taking me to dinner tonight, she finally said. That sounds nice. Have fun. Don't you want to come? Am I invited? You shouldn't need an invitation. It's my birthday. If you'd like me to join your birthday dinner, you can invite me. That's how it works with friends. This is insane. You're acting like we barely know each other. I'm acting like we're friends. If that feels like strangers to you, maybe you should think about what that means. She hung up on me. Later that evening, Jake called. Dude, Emma's at dinner crying into her pasta, telling everyone you forgot her birthday. I didn't forget. I texted her this morning. That's what I figured. She's making quite a scene, though. Says you used to be so thoughtful, and now you don't care about her at all. I care about her the way I care about all my friends. How much effort do you put into my birthday? I thought about it. I usually buy you a beer when I see you and tell you happy birthday. Exactly. And we've been friends for 8 years. Right. She's not getting that, man. She wants friend privileges with boyfriend effort. Week 3, the new person. The third week brought an unexpected development. I'd been going to the gym regularly since the breakup, needed something to do with all the time I used to spend in couple activities. That's where I met Sam. Sam was straightforward in the best way. She asked me out for coffee after we'd been chatting for a few sessions. No games. No, let's see where this goes. No mixed signals. Just, I like talking to you. Want to get coffee this weekend? We went out Saturday afternoon. It was refreshing. Conversation flowed naturally. She was genuinely funny, and she seemed to actually know what she wanted. When I dropped her off, she said, I had a really good time. I'd like to do this again. So we did. Tuesday dinner. Thursday coffee. Nothing serious yet, just getting to know each other without any of the emotional baggage or mixed signals I'd been dealing with at home. Emma found out through Instagram. I'd posted a story from the restaurant where Sam and I had dinner, just a picture of my food, but Sam was partially visible in the frame across from me. Emma texted within an hour. Who's the girl? Me, a friend from the gym. Emma, on a date. Me, yeah. Emma, how can you already be dating someone? We just broke up 3 weeks ago. Me, we broke up 3 weeks ago. Friends don't dictate each other's dating timeline. Emma, but what about what we had? Doesn't that mean anything to you? Me, what we had was a relationship. You ended it because you wanted friendship. Friends don't get a say in who their friends date. Emma, I can't believe you're doing this to me. Me, I'm not doing anything to you. I'm living my life. Emma, by immediately replacing me? Me, by dating someone who actually wants to date me. Week 4, the manipulation attempts. By week 4, Emma had shifted tactics. Instead of complaining about my boundaries, she started trying to make me jealous. She posted pictures with random guys, drinks with Marcus from accounting, and coffee date with this cutie, clearly expecting me to have some kind of reaction. I liked a couple of the posts where she looked genuinely happy and ignored the rest. Same as I do with any friend's dating life. She also started coming to me with detailed stories about these dates, clearly fishing for signs of jealousy or possessiveness. Marcus took me to that new rooftop bar downtown. You know, the one you said was overpriced? That's nice. Did you have fun? Yeah, the cocktails were amazing. He spent like $200. Sounds like a good time. He's talking about planning a weekend trip to Napa. Cool. She waited for more reaction. When none came. You really don't care at all? I hope you have fun if you decide to go. You deserve to be happy. But doesn't it bother you? Even a little bit? Why would it bother me? You're my friend. I want my friends to have good dating experiences. You used to get jealous when other guys even looked at me. That was when you were my girlfriend. Girlfriends and friends are different categories. She tried a different approach. She started having problems that required emotional support. Her work was stressful. Her family was being difficult. She was having anxiety about turning 30 next year. I listened and offered the same level of support I'd give any friend. Empathetic responses, practical suggestions when asked, but no special emotional investment or prioritization. You used to drop everything when I was upset. She complained after I told her I couldn't come home early from my date with Sam when Emma was having a crisis about her sister's wedding planning drama. I used to do that because you were my girlfriend and your emotional state directly affected our relationship. Now you're my friend, and while I care about your well-being, your emotional crises don't require me to cancel other plans. That's so cold. It's friendship. Friends support each other, but they don't manage each other's emotions. Week 5, the group chat drama. Our mutual friend group had a group chat that included me, Emma, Jake and his girlfriend Sarah, and Emma's work friends Tom and Jenny. For 2 years, I'd been very active in this chat. Quick responses, lots of back and forth with Emma, participating in every conversation. As Emma's friend instead of boyfriend, I treated it like any other group chat. I responded when I had something meaningful to contribute, ignored conversations that didn't interest me, and didn't feel obligated to keep discussions going. Emma noticed immediately. You've been really quiet in the group chat, she texted me privately. I participate when I have something to add. Tom was asking for restaurant recommendations yesterday, and you didn't respond. Because I haven't been to any new restaurants lately and didn't have recommendations to share. You usually participate more in group conversations. I participate when I have something meaningful to contribute. I'm not going to force conversation just to be chatty. Everyone's noticing that you're being different. I'm being consistent. If it feels different to you, that might say something about the extra attention you were getting before. She screenshot this conversation and sent it to the group chat with the caption, "Look how mean he's being to me." Jake called me an hour later. "Bro, what's going on with Emma? She's telling everyone you're being cruel to her." "I'm treating her like a friend. She's the one who wanted to be friends." "She's saying you've completely changed, that you're cold and distant and acting like you hate her." "I don't hate her. I just don't treat her like my girlfriend anymore because she's not my girlfriend." She seems to think there's a middle ground. The middle ground is called friendship. This is what it looks like. Jake was quiet for a moment. "Honestly, man, what you're describing sounds like how you treat me and Sarah and everyone else. Pretty normal friend behavior." "Exactly. I think she might have expected you to, like, pine for her while she figured things out. That's not friendship. That's keeping someone as a backup plan." Week 6, the apartment situation. By week 6, our apartment situation was becoming untenable. I'd found a new place and given our landlord notice. Emma was scrambling to find roommates or a cheaper place, but she was also escalating her attempts to get me to stay. "I can't afford this place alone," she said for the 100th time. "That's not my responsibility anymore. We're friends, not partners." "But you agreed to the lease." "We both agreed to the lease as a couple. The relationship ended. The shared financial obligations end too. Friends help each other out. Friends help with temporary problems. They don't subsidize each other's lifestyle indefinitely." She tried a different angle. "What if I started paying more rent? Like 60-40 split?" "Emma, I don't want to live with you as roommates. It's not about money." "Why not?" "Because living together as exes isn't healthy for either of us. You need space to move on, and I need space to build my new life." "I don't want to move on. I want us to figure this out." There it was. The truth she'd been dancing around for 6 weeks. Figure what out? You wanted friendship. We're friends. I want us to be close friends. Like, really close. Like we were before. What we had before was a romantic relationship. You can't have romantic relationship closeness without the romantic relationship. Why not? Because that's not how it works. You don't get to keep all the benefits of being my girlfriend while dating other people. She stared at me like I'd spoken a foreign language. "That's not what I'm asking for." That's exactly what you're asking for. You want me to prioritize you over everyone else, support you financially and emotionally, be available whenever you need me, and put your needs before mine. That's girlfriend treatment, not friend treatment. Week 7, the Sam factor. Things with Sam were progressing naturally. We'd been on 6 dates over 3 weeks, and I was really starting to like her. She was clear about her intentions, communicated directly, and didn't play games. The contrast with Emma's behavior was striking. Emma was not handling this well. "You're spending too much time with her," she said when I told her I wouldn't be home for dinner because Sam and I were trying a new restaurant. "I'm spending time with someone I'm dating. That's normal. But we barely spend any time together anymore. We live in the same apartment. We see each other every day." "That's not the same thing." "You're right. It's friend time, not relationship time." "I miss relationship time." "Then you shouldn't have ended the relationship." She tried to invite herself along to my date with Sam. "I'd love to meet her. Why don't you invite me along?" "Because it's a date. Friends don't invite themselves on dates." "I could make it a group thing. I'll bring Marcus." "No, Emma. You don't get to insert yourself into my dating life." "I'm not inserting myself. I just want to meet the person who's taking up so much of your time. You want to scope out your replacement and make sure I'm not too happy without you." She didn't deny it. When Sam came to pick me up for a movie date, Emma made sure to be in the living room, looking particularly attractive and being overly friendly. "You must be Sam." "I'm Emma, Alex's ex-girlfriend." "Well, we're friends now, but we used to date. For 2 years. We lived together." Sam handled it perfectly. "Nice to meet you, Emma." Then to me, "Ready to go?" "In the car," Sam said. "So that was interesting. I'm sorry about that. She's been having a hard time with boundaries since we broke up." "She introduced herself as your ex-girlfriend, not your friend." "Yeah, she's been doing that. I think she's trying to mark her territory or something." "How do you feel about that?" I appreciated that Sam asked directly instead of playing games or making assumptions. "Honestly, it's exhausting. She says she wants friendship but acts like she wants to keep all the girlfriend privileges. That's not really fair to you. Or to anyone you might want to date." "No, it's not. But I'm not responsible for managing her expectations. I've been clear about boundaries." "Good. I don't do drama, Alex. I like you, but I'm not interested in being part of some complicated ex-girlfriend situation." "I understand completely. I'm trying to keep things as simple as possible." Week 8, the breaking point. Week 8 brought Emma's biggest manipulation attempt yet. I came home from work to find her crying on the couch, surrounded by tissues. "Emma, what's wrong?" "I've been thinking about everything," she said between sobs. "About us, about what I said, about how things have been." "Okay. I made a mistake, Alex. A huge mistake." I sat down in the chair across from her, maintaining distance. "What kind of mistake?" "Asking for friendship. Breaking up with you. All of it. I miss what we had. I miss you." "Here we go, I thought." "Emma. No, let me finish. I know I hurt you. I know I confused you with all this friend stuff. But I was scared, and I thought maybe if I could step back and get some perspective, I'd figure out what I really wanted." "And what do you really want?" "You. Us. I want to try again." I looked at her for a long moment. 6 weeks ago, this might have been everything I wanted to hear. Now, after seeing how she'd behaved when she didn't get her way, after experiencing what her version of friendship looked like, after meeting Sam and remembering what it felt like to be with someone who actually knew what they wanted, Emma's offer felt more like manipulation than reconciliation. "I'm dating Sam now," I said simply. "But you barely know her. We have 2 years of history together. 2 years of history that you decided to throw away because you wanted something different." I was confused. I didn't know what I was giving up. "You knew exactly what you were giving up. You just thought you could have it both ways." "What do you mean?" "You wanted to explore other options while keeping me as your safety net. You wanted all the emotional benefits of having a devoted boyfriend without the commitment or exclusivity." "That's not." "Emma, for the past 6 weeks, you've been upset about every single boundary I've set. You wanted me to keep treating you like my girlfriend while you dated other people. You wanted financial support, emotional prioritization, social media attention, birthday celebrations, and exclusive access to my time and attention. That's not friendship. That's having a boyfriend without calling him your boyfriend." She was quiet for a moment. "Maybe I didn't understand what friendship would really mean." "You understood perfectly. You just thought I'd be too pathetic to actually treat you like a friend. I never thought you were pathetic. You thought I'd wait around while you figured out if you could find someone better. You thought I'd be grateful for whatever scraps of attention you gave me while you explored other options. You thought I'd continue to prioritize you and support you and be available whenever you needed validation. I wanted to know you'd always be there for me. As your boyfriend, I would have been. As your friend, I'll be there the same way I'm there for Jake or Sarah or anyone else I care about. But I won't be your emotional support animal while you date other people. So that's it. You won't even consider trying again? Emma, you've spent 6 weeks showing me who you really are when you don't get your way. You've been manipulative, entitled, and frankly kind of cruel. You tried to sabotage my new relationship. You've been spreading drama in our friend group, and you've made living here miserable because I won't cater to your emotional needs. I was hurt. Being hurt doesn't excuse treating people badly. And honestly, watching how you handle not getting your way has made me realize we probably weren't as compatible as I thought. She stared at me. You're really choosing her over me? I'm choosing someone who knows what she wants and treats me with respect over someone who wants to keep me as a backup plan. Week 9, the nuclear option. Emma's final attempt came the following week, and it was her most desperate yet. I was at work when my boss called me into his office. Alex, I got a concerning call about you this morning. What kind of call? Someone claiming to be your emergency contact said you were having some kind of mental health crisis and needed time off work. My heart sank. What exactly did they say? That you'd been acting erratically since a recent breakup, that you weren't taking care of yourself, and that they were worried about your well-being. They suggested you might need some professional help. And this person identified themselves how? As Emma Walsh. Said she was your girlfriend. I rubbed my temples. Emma is my ex-girlfriend. We broke up 2 months ago. She is not my emergency contact, and I am not having a mental health crisis. My boss looked concerned. So this was, what exactly? Harassment. She's been escalating her behavior since I started dating someone else. Do you need to involve HR? I think I might have to. I documented everything with HR and updated my emergency contacts to remove Emma. Then I went home and had the conversation I'd been dreading. We need to talk, I said when I found Emma in the kitchen. About what? About you calling my workplace and claiming I was having a mental breakdown. Her face went pale. I was worried about you. You were trying to sabotage my job because you're angry that I won't get back together with you. That's not true. Emma, you told my boss I was having a mental health crisis and needed professional help. You identified yourself as my girlfriend even though we broke up 2 months ago. You are not my emergency contact and have no right to make decisions about my well-being. I just thought. You thought what? That if you convinced my boss I was unstable, I'd lose my job and come running back to you? Or that Sam would get scared and leave? She didn't answer, which was answer enough. I've documented this with HR. I continued. If you contact my workplace again, I'll have to consider legal options. Legal options? She looked genuinely shocked. Emma, what you did today is harassment. If you keep escalating, I'll have to protect myself. I can't believe you'd threaten me with lawyers. I can't believe you try to sabotage my career because I won't be your backup boyfriend. That evening, I called Sam to give her a heads up about Emma's behavior. Sam listened without judgment, then said, I think you should consider whether living with her is safe for either of you. She was right. The next morning, I started looking for temporary housing until my new lease started. Emma's behavior was becoming unpredictable, and I didn't trust what she might do next. Week 10, the consequences. By week 10, Emma's behavior was affecting more than just me. Her obsession with our friendship and my relationship with Sam had started impacting her work, her other relationships, and her mental health. Jake called me on a Thursday night. Dude, I need to talk to you about Emma. What about her? She's been calling Sarah constantly, crying about how you've changed and how you're being cruel to her. Sarah's getting tired of it. What's she saying exactly? That you've turned into a completely different person since the breakup. That you're cold and mean and you're dating Sam just to hurt her. That you're trying to turn all your mutual friends against her. And what does Sarah think? Honestly, Sarah's starting to see through it. Emma called her at 11 p.m. last night sobbing because you went to dinner with Sam instead of staying home to comfort Emma about her bad day at work. Sarah pointed out that boyfriends comfort girlfriends about bad days, not ex-boyfriends. How'd Emma take that? Not well. She accused Sarah of taking your side and hung up on her. Emma was also struggling at work. She'd been distracted, emotional, and calling in sick more frequently. She'd gotten a warning from her supervisor about her performance and attendance. Her dating life wasn't going any better. Marcus had stopped calling after she spent an entire dinner talking about me. The coffee date guy had ghosted her after she asked him what he thought about exes staying friends. Meanwhile, my life was actually improving. Work was going well, my new apartment was great, and things with Sam were developing into something really nice. We'd been dating for 6 weeks, and she was everything Emma wasn't: direct, emotionally stable, and genuinely supportive. The contrast was becoming obvious to everyone who knew us. Week 11, the final meltdown. The final confrontation came when Emma saw Sam and me together at our favorite coffee shop. We weren't hiding our relationship, but we also weren't broadcasting it. Emma, however, had apparently been checking my social media obsessively and figured out our regular weekend routine. She walked in while Sam and I were having a perfectly normal Saturday morning coffee date, marched over to our table, and sat down uninvited. "We need to talk," she announced, ignoring Sam entirely. "Emma, this isn't appropriate," I said calmly. "Sam and I are having a private conversation. I don't care. I need you to explain to me how you can sit here playing happy couple when you know I'm falling apart." Sam looked at me questioningly. I nodded toward the counter. "Would you mind ordering me another coffee? I'll handle this." After Sam stepped away, I leaned forward. "Emma, you need to leave. Now." "No, not until you explain how you can be so heartless. I told you I made a mistake. I told you I want to try again. And you're just flaunting her in front of me." "I'm not flaunting anyone. I'm having coffee with someone I'm dating. At a public coffee shop. In the middle of the day. Like a normal person. But you know how much this hurts me. Your feelings about my dating life are not my responsibility. You ended our relationship. You asked for friendship. Friends don't control who their friends date. I'm not trying to control you. I just want you to consider my feelings. I have considered your feelings. For 11 weeks, I've watched you struggle with the consequences of your decision. But I'm not going to put my life on hold while you figure out what you actually wanted. I know what I want now. I want us. Well, I don't. I want someone who knows what they want from the beginning. Someone who doesn't play games or try to manipulate situations. Someone who treats me with respect even when they're upset." Emma's voice was getting louder. "So that's it. You're just going to throw away 2 years for some girl you barely know?" "I'm not throwing away anything. You threw away our relationship when you decided you wanted something different. I'm just not going to pretend that didn't happen. But I changed my mind. And I moved on. That's what happens when you break up with someone." People in the coffee shop were starting to stare. Sam caught my eye from across the room, and I could see she was ready to intervene if needed. "You're doing this to punish me," Emma said, tears streaming down her face. "I'm doing this because I deserve to be with someone who actually wants to be with me, not someone who keeps me around as a safety net." I never. Emma, for 11 weeks, you've been angry about every boundary I've set. You wanted me to treat you like my girlfriend while dating other people. You sabotaged my job. You've harassed Sam. You've made living with you impossible. That's not love. That's possession." She sat there crying for a moment, then gathered herself. "Fine. You want to be with her? Be with her. But don't come crying to me when you realize what a mistake you made." "I won't," I said simply. She looked at me like she was seeing me clearly for the first time. "You really don't love me anymore, do you?" "I loved who I thought you were. But the person you've been for the past 11 weeks? No, I don't love her. And I don't want to be in a relationship with her." Emma stood up, looked over at Sam, and said loudly enough for the whole coffee shop to hear, "I hope you know what kind of person you're dating. He'll do this to you too someday." Then she left. Sam came back to the table with my coffee. "You okay?" "Yeah, actually, I think I am." Week 12, resolution. Emma moved out the following week. She'd found a studio apartment across town and enlisted Tom and Jenny to help her move. I made sure to be out of the apartment during the move to avoid any final dramatic confrontations. She left a letter on the kitchen counter. I almost threw it away without reading it, but curiosity got the better of me. "Alex, asterisk, I know you probably hate me right now, and maybe I deserve that. I've been thinking a lot about everything that happened, and I realize I handled things badly. When I said I wanted to be friends, I guess I didn't really understand what that meant. I thought it meant we could keep all the good parts of our relationship without the pressure and commitment. Asterisk. Asterisk, I see now that what I really wanted was to have you as my backup plan while I figured out if there was something better out there. That wasn't fair to you, and I'm sorry. Asterisk. Asterisk, I'm also sorry about calling your work. I was desperate and scared, and I wasn't thinking clearly. I know that was wrong. Asterisk. Asterisk, I hope someday you can forgive me. And I hope Sam makes you happy. You deserve someone who knows what they want. Asterisk. Emma. Asterisk P.S. I left your Netflix password reset. You should probably change all our shared accounts. Asterisk. It was the closest thing to accountability I was going to get from her. Not perfect, but at least she seemed to finally understand what had actually happened. 3 months later, Sam and I made it official after dating for 2 months. She met my friends, I met hers, and everything felt natural and healthy. No games, no manipulation, no mixed signals. Just two adults who liked each other and wanted to build something together. Jake and Sarah invited us to their engagement party. Emma was there. Apparently she and Sarah had worked things out, and Sarah felt obligated to invite her since they'd been friends for years. Emma looked different. Thinner, tired, but also somehow more settled. She was there with a date, a guy I didn't recognize who seemed genuinely into her. We exchanged polite hellos. No drama, no tearful confrontations, no attempts to rehash the past. Just, hey, how are you? Good, you. That's great. Like acquaintances. Later, Sam asked if it was weird seeing Emma. Not really, I realized. It felt like seeing someone I used to know. Like a former coworker or something. No lingering feelings? Honestly, I mostly feel relieved. Relieved that I'm not dealing with that level of drama anymore. Relieved that I'm with someone who actually wants to be with me. Sam smiled. Good answer. 6 months later, the full picture. 6 months after Emma moved out, I ran into Tom at a bar. He'd had a few drinks and was more talkative than usual. You know, I owe you an apology, he said. For what? For thinking you were being a dick to Emma after the breakup. She had us all convinced you'd turned into this cold, heartless person overnight. And now I see what actually happened. She's been pulling the same shit with her new boyfriend. Poor guy doesn't know what hit him. What do you mean? She's doing the whole, I need space to find myself thing again, but she still expects him to be available whenever she needs emotional support. He's confused as hell because she says she wants independence, but gets mad when he makes plans without running them by her first. Tom shook his head. She called Jenny crying last week because he didn't text her back for 2 hours. 2 hours. Said it proved he didn't really care about her. Some people never learn. The crazy thing is, she talks about you sometimes. Says you were the only guy who ever really understood boundaries. She almost seems nostalgic about it. People want what they can't have, or they want what they had after they've thrown it away. Tom raised his beer. Anyway, you dodged a bullet, man. Sam seems great. She is. As I walked home, I thought about that conversation. Emma had gotten exactly what she asked for, friendship, and couldn't handle it. Not because I was cruel or unreasonable, but because what she'd really wanted was to keep me as an option while she explored other possibilities. The irony was that if she'd been honest from the beginning, if she'd said, I want to date other people, but I'm scared of losing you completely, I might have been hurt, but I would have respected her honesty. Instead, she tried to manipulate the situation to get the best of both worlds, and ended up with neither. 1 year later, reflection. A year after Emma told me she just wanted friendship, Sam and I moved in together. Not because we felt pressured or because it was convenient, but because we genuinely wanted to share our lives more fully. The contrast was striking. With Emma, even the good times had felt complicated. There was always an undercurrent of uncertainty, of wondering if I was doing enough or being enough, or if she was truly happy. With Sam, things just worked. We communicated directly, we respected each other's boundaries, and we both actively chose to be together every day. I learned a lot from those 11 weeks of friendship with Emma. I learned that boundaries aren't cruel, they're necessary. I learned that taking people at their word is sometimes the kindest thing you can do, even when they don't like the results. I learned that being someone's backup plan isn't friendship, it's being used. Most importantly, I learned the difference between someone who wants to be with you and someone who wants you to be available while they figure out what they want. Emma had said she wanted friendship, and I gave her exactly that. Nothing more, nothing less. The fact that friendship felt like punishment to her said everything about what she'd actually been asking for. Real friends want you to be happy. They don't expect you to put your life on hold while they explore other options. They don't feel entitled to relationship-level attention and support while offering only friendship-level commitment in return. When someone tells you what they want, believe them. Then give them exactly that. If they can't handle it, that's not your problem. It's theirs.
Dear listeners, please share your thoughts in the comments, and do not forget to like, share, and subscribe to the channel.
She argued, "Your apologies mean nothing when you keep lying." About my work schedule, I said, "Speaking of lies." When I showed her the PI photos of her yoga classes at her ex's house, the apology demands stopped. I, 34 male, guess I'm writing this because I need to process what just happened. Been with Elena, 31, for 3 years, living together for the last year and a half. Thought we were solid, planning our future, the whole deal. Turns out I was planning while she was doing other things. It started about 2 months ago. My company landed a massive contract that required some serious overtime. I'm talking 60 to 70-hour weeks, weekend work, the whole shebang. Not ideal, but the overtime pay was insane, and we'd been talking about buying a house. Elena seemed supportive at first, said she understood it was temporary. Then the accusations started. First it was little comments. "You sure you're actually at work? Funny how your phone goes straight to voicemail when you're supposedly in meetings." I explained our office has terrible reception in the conference rooms. She'd roll her eyes. Then it escalated. She started demanding I send selfies from my desk, wanted to see my location sharing, asked for photos of my overtime sheets. I did it all because I had nothing to hide and figured she was just feeling neglected with my crazy hours. But nothing was ever enough. She'd find issues with everything. The timestamp on the selfie was 2 minutes off from when she texted. The overtime sheet looked suspicious because my manager's signature was slightly different than usual. My location showed me at the coffee shop next door for 10 minutes. Yeah, because I grabbed coffee. The breaking point was 3 weeks ago. I came home after a 14-hour day, exhausted, just wanting to shower and crash. Elena was waiting in the living room, arms crossed. "Your apologies mean nothing when you keep lying," she screamed before I even put my laptop bag down. "What are you talking about? I literally just left work. You can call the security desk if you want." "Oh please, like you haven't coached them to cover for you." "I'm not stupid, Ethan. I know what late nights at the office really mean." "Elena, I've shown you everything. Pay stubs, emails, photos. What more do you want?" "I want the truth. Just admit it." "Admit what? That I'm busting my ass so we can afford a down payment? Yeah. Guilty as charged." She stormed off to the bedroom and slammed the door. I slept on the couch. The weird thing? While she was going nuclear about my work schedule, she'd become super protective of her phone. Always face down. Took it to the bathroom, suddenly had a passcode when she never did before. And her yoga classes went from twice a week to 4 times a week. Sometimes running 3 to 4 hours. "It's a workshop series," she'd say. "Very intensive." My buddy Derek pulled me aside at a barbecue and asked if everything was okay. Apparently his wife Natalie had invited Elena to join their yoga studio since they went to the same one. Elena had declined, saying she preferred her current place. When Natalie asked which studio, Elena got weird and changed the subject. That planted the seed. I felt guilty for even thinking it, but the hypocrisy was eating at me. Here she was accusing me of cheating while being shady as hell about her own whereabouts. So I did something I'm not proud of. I hired a PI. Cost me $1,500 for a week of surveillance, but worth every penny. Because guess what? There was no yoga studio. Her mat and workout clothes were just props. She was driving straight to her ex's house, Garrett, the guy she dated for 5 years before me, the one who moved across the country for work, but apparently moved back 8 months ago. The PI got photos. Elena walking in with her yoga mat, coming out 3 hours later with her hair messed up, kissing him in the doorway, him grabbing her ass as she left. Pretty definitive stuff. I sat on this for 3 days, trying to process, made copies of everything, consulted a lawyer about our lease. Thank God we hadn't bought that house yet. Slowly moved my important stuff to Derek's garage. Waited for the right moment. It came last night. Another accusation session. She'd called my office, and when the receptionist said I was in a meeting, Elena decided that was proof the receptionist was in on it. "Your apologies mean nothing when you keep lying." Same song, different day. I set my phone on the coffee table. Speaking of lies. What's that supposed to mean? I pulled up the photos. How was yoga today? Her face went white. You had me followed? Just returning the favor. You've been investigating me for months. Figured I'd check out your alibi too. This is different. You're right, because I actually was at work. She tried to flip it. Said I drove her to it with my neglect. That Garrett just understood her in ways I didn't, that she wasn't really cheating because she knew I was cheating first, so it was just evening the score. Elena, I've been working. There's literal documentation. Pay stubs showing the overtime, security footage if you want it. Meanwhile, you've been banging your ex while accusing me of exactly what you were doing. It's not like that. The PI followed you for a week. You went to Garrett's place 7 times. 7. That's a lot of yoga. She started crying then. Not sad tears, angry tears. How dare I violate her privacy? How dare I not trust her? How this was all my fault for being emotionally unavailable. I told her she had 24 hours to pack her stuff and go. She's not on the lease, it's in my name from before we met. She said I couldn't just kick her out. I said, watch me. Where am I supposed to go? I hear Garrett has a nice place. Very flexible hours, no appointment needed. She left this morning, took her yoga mat with her. The irony wasn't lost on either of us. My phone's been blowing up with texts from her friends about what an asshole I am. Apparently I'm controlling and abusive for having her followed. The cheating part seems to be conveniently left out of her version of events. I'm exhausted, hurt, and somehow relieved all at once. At least I know I'm not crazy. All those gaslighting sessions about my lies while she was literally living a double life. The projection was Olympic level. Going to take a personal day tomorrow, first time in 2 months. Actually earned it. Update 1. Holy crap, did not expect this to blow up. Thanks for all the support. Figured I'd update because Elena went full nuclear, and it's been a ride. So after she left, I enjoyed exactly 18 hours of peace. Changed the locks. Yes, it's legal. Checked with my lawyer. She's not on the lease, and I gave her reasonable time to get her stuff. Boxed up the things she left behind. Had my first good night's sleep in weeks. Then the extinction burst started. But like with a twist I didn't see coming. First she tried the emotional manipulation route. Showed up at my office during lunch. Security wouldn't let her up, bless that overtime documenting front desk. So she waited in the lobby. For 3 hours, when I finally came down, she was in full performance mode. Tears, runny mascara, the works. Ethan, please, I made a mistake. It didn't mean anything. Elena, you went there 7 times in 1 week. That's not a mistake. That's a routine. You don't understand. Garrett means nothing. It was just physical. Cool. So was my relationship with my job, apparently. Which you accused me of cheating with. My coworkers were watching. She knew it. Tried to grab my arm. Can we please talk in private? You're humiliating me. I'm literally just trying to leave work. You know, that place you were convinced I was using as a cover story? She followed me to my car, getting louder. You can't just throw away 3 years. I didn't. You did. 7 times last week alone. But here's where it gets good. Remember how I mentioned she was weirdly protective of her phone? Well, turns out Garrett wasn't the only yoga instructor in her life. 2 days after the lobby incident, I get a call from an unknown number. It's a dude named Terrence. Is this Ethan? Who's asking? This is Terrence. I think your girlfriend is also my girlfriend. Plot. Freaking. Twist. Turns out Elena met Terrence on a dating app 3 months ago. She told him she was single, just out of a toxic relationship with a controlling ex who was obsessed with work. Sound familiar? Terrence found out about me when Elena had to explain why she suddenly needed a place to stay. She spun some story about her roommate, me, kicking her out illegally, and how she needed somewhere to stay while she fought it in court. But Terrence isn't an idiot. Her story wasn't adding up. Why did her roommate have all these photos of them together on social media? Why was she listed as in a relationship until last week? So he did some digging, found my LinkedIn, and reached out. We met for a beer. Dude brought receipts, screenshots of their conversations. She'd been telling him for months about her abusive ex, me, who she was trying to leave safely. Meanwhile, she's living in my apartment, sleeping in my bed, and accusing me of cheating. The kicker? She was juggling both him and Garrett. Her yoga schedule was Monday, Wednesday, Garrett, Tuesday, Thursday, Terrence, Friday, girls' night, still investigating this one. Weekends, playing devoted girlfriend to me. Terrence showed me her texts. The days she was accusing me of lying about work, she was literally texting him from my apartment about how she couldn't wait to see him the next day. One text exchange really got me. Elena, can't wait for our Tuesday date. Your roommate won't be weird about you going out? He's always at work. Literally always. It's pathetic. This was sent while I was in the shower after a 12-hour shift. Terrence and I compared notes. The timing was insane. She'd accuse me of cheating, storm off to the bedroom to cool down, and literally be texting him from our bed. The level of compartmentalization is almost impressive. We both blocked her. But she wasn't done. She showed up at my apartment at 2 a.m., hammering on the door. Ethan, I know you're in there. We need to talk. I didn't answer. I saw you met with Terrence. He's lying. He's just jealous. Still didn't answer. You had no right to contact him. That's stalking. The irony. The irony. I'll call the police. You can't lock me out of my home. Actually, I can. It's not her home. She kept this up for 20 minutes. My neighbor finally threatened to call the cops for disturbing the peace. Elena left, but not before keying my car. Yeah, she keyed my car. The woman who was cheating with at least 2 guys keyed my car because I found out about it. I have it on camera. Parking garage security. Filed a police report. Damage is about $800. But wait, there's more. Remember how she was protective of her phone? Well, Terrence had her Apple Pay password. She used his address for deliveries while lying to me. He didn't share it with me, but he did share that her calendar had some interesting entries. Yoga was obviously Garrett. Spin class was Terrence. Book club was someone named Antonio. Wine tasting was someone named Keith. Keith. There was a Keith. This woman had a full roster, a starting lineup, an entire workout routine of dudes. The last few days have been her cycling through all of them, trying to find a place to stay. Garrett kicked her out when he found out about Terrence. Terrence was done when he found out about me and Garrett. Antonio's wife apparently answered the door. Keith ghosted her. So yesterday I get another call. It's Elena's mom. Ethan, what did you do to my daughter? I found out she was cheating with multiple people. She said you had her stalked, that you're trying to ruin her life. Ma'am, she was seeing at least 4 other guys while living with me and accusing me daily of cheating because I was working overtime. I have proof. Long pause. 4? That I know of. Oh, Elena. Her mom sounded defeated. I'll talk to her. Haven't heard from Elena since her mom called. Her friends stopped texting after I sent one mass response with the highlights of the PI report and Terrence's screenshots. Amazing how quick they went from "you're an abusive monster" to complete radio silence. I'm getting the car fixed next week. Already changed the locks. Therapy starts Tuesday. And I'm taking a real vacation next month. First one in 2 years. Oh, and the overtime project? Finished early. Got a bonus, which I'm definitely not spending on a house with anyone anytime soon. Single life is looking pretty good right now. At least I know where I'll be sleeping every night. Can't say the same for Elena. Update 2, last update because honestly I'm ready to close this chapter, but figured I'd share the conclusion because it's something. So after the car keying incident, I pressed charges. Apparently this was Elena's first wake-up call that actions have consequences. Her lawyer, yeah, she got a lawyer for a misdemeanor vandalism charge, reached out to see if I'd be willing to drop the charges in exchange for her paying for the damages. Nah. She can pay for the damages and deal with the charges. Court date was last week. She showed up looking rough, like real rough. Designer clothes replaced with basic stuff. Hair grown out showing her real color. The confidence was gone. She pled guilty to vandalism. Got community service, restitution, and a fine. Judge wasn't impressed by her emotional distress defense. Ma'am, emotional distress doesn't give you the right to destroy property, especially when said distress was caused by your own actions being discovered. But here's the real kicker. Remember Antonio's wife? Well, she reached out to me. Turns out Antonio wasn't just another guy, he was Garrett's best friend. Yeah. Elena was sleeping with her ex and his best friend. Wife found out because Elena left her yoga mat at their place. Seriously, this mat saw more action than a actual yoga studio. Antonio's wife, Diane, was piecing together the timeline. Elena had been seeing Antonio for 6 months, before she even started accusing me of cheating. Diane and I compared notes, and it gets worse. Elena had told Antonio she was single and living with a gay roommate, me, apparently. Told him I was hardly ever home because of my toxic boyfriend. I'm straight. The boyfriend was my job, I guess. The web of lies was insane. To me, she was at yoga. To Garrett, she was unhappy with her controlling boyfriend. To Terrence, she was escaping an abusive ex. To Antonio, she was single with a gay roommate. To Keith, still unknown, he won't return anyone's calls. Diane met with Garrett's girlfriend. Oh yeah, Garrett had a girlfriend too. Elena was the side chick to her ex. This whole thing was like a pyramid scheme of cheating. We all met up, me, Terrence, Diane, and Garrett's girlfriend Lisa. Called ourselves the Elena Survivors Club. Shared stories over drinks. The patterns were terrifying. 1, she accused everyone of cheating. 2, she was incredibly protective of her phone with everyone. 3, she had elaborate lies for each person. 4, she used the same yoga mat prop for every affair. 5, she had a rotation schedule that would make a Fortune 500 CEO jealous. Lisa had the best story. Apparently, Elena would show up at Garrett's place crying about how I was probably cheating right now, while actively cheating. The mental gymnastics were Olympic gold medal worthy. But the true finale came last Thursday. Elena reached out. Not to apologize. Oh no. To ask if I could be a character reference for her new apartment application. The audacity. The sheer, unfiltered audacity. Hi Ethan. I know things ended badly between us, but I really need this apartment. Could you please just tell them I was a good tenant? I'll pay you back the car damage in installments. I responded, Elena, you keyed my car, cheated with multiple people, and accused me of cheating for working overtime. What exactly would you like me to reference? Can't you just move on? It's been a month. This is getting ridiculous. You're right. It is ridiculous. Good luck with your apartment search. She sent 15 more texts. I didn't read them. Blocked her number. Found out through Terrence that she's now staying with her mom 2 hours away. Apparently she's telling people I ruined her life by exposing her privacy. The lack of accountability is stunning. As for me, I'm good. Genuinely good. The overtime project led to a promotion. I'm looking at buying a small condo, just for me. Started dating casually but being very upfront about it. Trust but verify is my new motto. Joined an actual yoga class. It's relaxing. No exes there, which is apparently more than Elena could say. The car's fixed. The locks are changed. The drama is over. And I learned a valuable lesson. When someone accuses you relentlessly of something with no evidence, check what they're doing. Projection is real. Also, if your partner suddenly takes up intensive yoga, maybe verify the studio exists. Just saying. Thanks for following this wild ride. I'm out. Time to live my boring, honest, non-cheating life. It's pretty nice. Final update. Okay, I swear this is the last update, but the universe apparently decided the Elena saga needed an epilogue. Remember Keith, the mysterious fourth guy who ghosted her? Well, he reached out. Turns out Keith is 58 years old, married for 30 years, and the CEO of a mid-sized company. Elena had met him at a professional networking event I'd encouraged her to attend. The irony continues to compound. She told him she was a single entrepreneur looking for mentorship. He thought he was helping a young professional. The wine tastings were supposed to be business meetings that she kept steering toward personal territory. When everything exploded, his assistant, who was suspicious of Elena's constant messaging, did some digging and found out the truth. Keith was mortified. His wife knows everything. He told her immediately when he realized Elena's intentions. He wanted to apologize to me for inadvertently contributing to the situation. Dude sent me a $500 gift card to a nice steakhouse as an apology. Wild. I told him he was a victim too, but I kept the gift card. Derek and I had a great dinner. But here's the actual final chapter. Last week, I'm at Target buying normal stuff. Detergent, protein bars, a new yoga mat. Yes, I see the irony. I turn into the shampoo aisle and there she is. Elena, with her mom, shopping for what looked like job interview clothes. She saw me, I saw her. Her mom saw us both. The mom immediately goes, Ethan, oh honey, I'm so sorry about. Mom, don't. Elena cut her off. Elena looked different, not just the appearance stuff I mentioned before. She looked tired? Defeated, maybe? For a second, I almost felt bad. Almost. Ethan, she said quietly. Elena, I nodded. She started, then stopped. Her mom was looking between us like she was watching a bomb defusal. I'm sorry, she finally said, for all of it. I wasn't expecting that. Okay, I'm in therapy now, mandatory from the court thing, but I'm actually going, like actually working on it. That's good. I know it doesn't fix anything. I wanted you to know. Her mom added, she's living with me, working at my friend's flower shop, trying to start over. Elena looked embarrassed. Mom? No phones allowed during work hours, her mom continued, giving Elena a pointed look. And she has a flip phone now, by choice. I actually laughed at that. Elena managed a small smile. Good luck with everything, I said, and meant it. You too. Congrats on the promotion. I heard through people. We went our separate ways. No drama, no scenes. Just two people who used to know each other, buying shampoo on a Tuesday. Derek thinks I'm crazy, but I hope she actually does work on herself. Not for me. That ship didn't just sail. It hit an iceberg, caught fire, and sank to the bottom of the ocean. But everyone deserves a chance to be better than they were. As for me, life's good. Boring good. Normal good. I work reasonable hours now. My new condo closes next month. I'm dating a teacher named Becca who has exactly 0 ex-boyfriends named Garrett and attends real yoga at a verifiable studio. She thinks the Elena story is hilarious. We joke that our code word for checking if this is real is yoga mat. That's it. That's the end. Elena's in therapy, I'm in a healthy relationship, and somewhere out there, there's a yoga mat that's probably relieved it's finally being used for actual yoga. Thanks for coming on this weird journey with me. May all your partner's yoga classes involve actual yoga, and may your overtime always be just overtime. Peace out, Ethan, the guy who was actually just working late. My girlfriend announced, I'm moving in with my ex to co-parent better. You'll understand someday. I said, absolutely. Then I helped her pack and drove her there myself. What I left in their mailbox made her ex kick her out within 48 hours. I, 36 male, was with Jessica, 33, for 2 years. She had a 6-year-old daughter, Emma, from her previous relationship with Nate, 35. I loved that kid like she was my own. Tea parties, bedtime stories, the whole deal. 3 weeks ago, Jessica sat me down for a talk. I've been thinking about Emma's well-being, she started. Nate and I have decided it would be better for her if we lived together, for co-parenting. I stared at her. You're joking. I knew you'd react like this. It's not about us, it's about Emma. She needs both parents under one roof. Jessica, we live together. Emma has her own room here. I've been helping raise her for 2 years. She rolled her eyes. You're not her real father, Greg. This is what's best for her. You'll understand when you have kids of your own someday. The condescension. The dismissal of 2 years of 6 a.m. Saturday cartoons, homework help, and Greg, can you check for monsters? The absolute audacity. So you're moving in with your ex. For Emma, it's temporary, just until she's more stable. And our relationship? We can still date. You can visit on weekends. Nate's fine with it. Nate's fine with it. How generous of him. I took a deep breath. You know what? You're absolutely right. This is what's best. When do you want to move? Her face lit up. Really? You understand? Completely. I'll even help you pack. She hugged me, tears in her eyes. I knew you'd come around. You're so mature about this. Yeah, real mature. Update 1. I spent the week being the perfect supportive boyfriend. Helped her pack, organized boxes, even labeled everything. Jessica was over the moon about how understanding I was being. See, this is why I love you, she said while wrapping dishes. You get that modern families are complicated. Absolutely. Hey, what's Nate's girlfriend think about this? Jessica's face darkened. He doesn't have one. We agreed no partners at the house. It would confuse Emma. So you're both single, living together. Co-parenting. It's different. Right, and I can't visit, not overnight, and maybe not for the first month. Emma needs to adjust. The delusion was incredible, but I kept smiling, kept packing. Moving day arrived. I rented a U-Haul with my own money because I'm just that supportive. Loaded everything up while Nate supervised from his doorway, smirking like he'd won something. Thanks for understanding, bro, he said. Takes a real man to put a child's needs first. Oh, I agree. Children should always come first. He didn't catch the emphasis. Jessica didn't either. After unloading everything, Jessica walked me to my truck. I'll call you tomorrow, okay? We can plan our first date night. Looking forward to it. She kissed me goodbye. Nate watched from the window. I drove away, but not home. I had one more stop, their mailbox. See, while helping Jessica pack, I'd found something interesting in her closet. A folder labeled legal documents. Being the helpful boyfriend I was, I'd made sure to pack it safely. But first, I'd made copies. Lots of copies. The custody agreement from their divorce was fascinating reading. Specifically the part about cohabitation with romantic partners affecting child support payments, and the financial disclosure forms showing Nate owed $18,000 in back support. But the real treasure? Text messages between them from a month ago that Jessica had printed. Why do people print texts? Messages where they explicitly discussed getting back together, but keeping me around for financial stability, since I'd been paying half her rent and buying Emma's school supplies. Nate, just move back in. We'll figure out the Greg situation later. He's too useful right now. Paid for Emma's dance classes for the whole year. Now, what a sucker. Be nice. He loves Emma. Makes this easier. I left copies in the mailbox with a sticky note. Nate, thought you should see what Jessica's been saying about your performance issues to her friends. Also, your ex-wife Carla might want to know about that back child support. Already sent her copies. Good luck with the new roommate, Greg. The performance issues thing? Made that up. But cheaters are always paranoid about what else their partner might be sharing. Update 2. The calls started at 6 a.m. Jessica, what did you do? Good morning to you too. How's the co-parenting going? Nate's losing his mind. He says you sent him something. He won't tell me what, but he wants me out today. That's weird. I just dropped off some paperwork I found while packing. Thought it might be important. What paperwork? Oh, various things. Legal documents, text messages. You really should be more careful with sensitive information. Silence. Then, you went through my things? I was packing them. You asked me to pack everything, remember? I was being thorough. Those were private. Were they? Because Nate seems pretty interested in them now. She hung up, called back 10 minutes later, crying. He's threatening to take me to court, says I violated the custody agreement. By moving in with him? By planning to keep dating you while living with him. Apparently, that counts as cohabitation with a romantic partner. Oh no. Who could have known? You did. You knew, and you did this on purpose. I did what? Share information? I thought co-parents should have full transparency. Isn't that what you told me? She started screaming about betrayal and trust. I hung up. Nate called next. You think you're clever? I think I'm single. My ex-girlfriend just moved in with her ex. How's that working out? She played you for 2 years, man, and you for longer, apparently. Did you know she told her friend group about your crying episode? The one after you couldn't perform? It's not. She said she never told anyone. Check the screenshots I left. Page 3. There was no page 3. But paranoia is powerful. I'm kicking her out. That's between you two co-parents. I'm just a guy who helped his ex move. Have a great day. But the real explosion came from Carla, Nate's ex-wife. She'd received my package with documentation of his back child support and screenshots of him bragging to Jessica about hiding income. She called me that afternoon. Is this real? Every word. Check the metadata on the screenshots if you want. $18,000. That bastard told me he was broke. Apparently not too broke to rent a nice 3-bedroom house for Jessica to move into. Oh, he's done. My lawyer's going to destroy him. Sorry you're dealing with this. Don't be sorry. You're a hero. That money is for my kids' college funds. Update 3. Jessica's world imploded faster than a house of cards in a hurricane. First, Nate kicked her out after finding more evidence I hadn't actually left. His paranoia had him convinced Jessica had been sharing all his secrets with me. She hadn't, but guilty people always assume everyone else is guilty too. She showed up at my door with her car packed full of boxes. Please, I need somewhere to stay. Just for a few days. What happened to co-parenting? He's being ridiculous. He thinks I told you about his private issues. Did you? No, I mean maybe mentioned 1 or 2 things but nothing serious. Sounds like a trust issue between co-parents. Not my problem. Greg, please, I have Emma with me. That hit hard. I loved that kid, but I stood firm. You have parents, you have friends, you made your choice. I chose what was best for Emma. No, you chose to use me as a wallet while planning to get back with your ex. I saw the text, Jessica. Her face went white. Those were taken out of context. He's too useful right now, needs context. I didn't mean it like that. How about, what a sucker? What context makes that better? She started ugly crying. Emma was watching from the car, and I felt terrible for the kid. But enabling Jessica wouldn't help Emma in the long run. There's a motel 2 miles down the road. They have weekly rates. You're really gonna do this to Emma? You did this to Emma when you decided to play games with the adults in her life. Don't put this on me. She left, still crying. Posted on social media about men who punish children for adult problems and fake fathers showing their true colors. My response was simple. I posted the screenshot of her and Nate calling me a sucker with the caption, "When you find out you were just a wallet with legs." PSA, trust your gut, fellas. Her post disappeared within an hour. Update 4. The legal fallout was beautiful to watch from a distance. Carla's lawyer filed an emergency motion for contempt regarding the back child support. The judge was not amused by Nate's hidden income. He got 30 days to pay the full $18,000 or face jail time. Nate, in desperation, tried to claim Jessica owed half since she'd been benefiting from the arrangement. The judge actually laughed. "Sir, you can't retroactively make your girlfriend responsible for your child support." Meanwhile, Jessica's custody situation deteriorated. Since she'd moved Emma out of her stable home with me into Nate's house, then into a motel, the court considered her living situation unstable. She called me crying. "They're giving Nate primary custody. This is your fault." "How is your poor planning my fault? If you hadn't left those papers, if you hadn't tried to play everyone, none of this would have happened." "I was trying to do what was best for Emma." "No, you were trying to have your cake and eat it too. Now you're choking on it." But the most satisfying moment came from an unexpected source. Emma's school counselor reached out to me. "Mr. Gregg, Emma's been asking for you. She's allowed to write letters if you're comfortable receiving them." My heart broke. Of course, I'd love to hear from her. The first letter arrived yesterday. "Dear Greg, Mom says you don't love us anymore, but I don't believe her. Do you still remember our secret handshake? I miss our pancake Saturdays. Love, Emma." I wrote back immediately, careful to keep it appropriate and copy her counselor. "Dear Emma, I'll always care about you. I remember our handshake perfectly. Life changes sometimes, but the fun memories stay forever. Keep being awesome. Your friend, Greg." Jessica found out about the letters and went ballistic. Called me screaming about undermining her parenting. "You moved in with your ex to undermine our relationship. I'm writing appropriate letters to a kid I helped raise for 2 years. See the difference?" Update 5. The grand finale came courtesy of Jessica's own entitlement. Unable to afford a decent place, since she'd been relying on my income, she moved back with her parents. They were less than thrilled to have their 33-year-old daughter and granddaughter crammed into their retirement condo. Her dad, Frank, actually called me. "Greg, what the hell happened? Jessica says you sabotaged her co-parenting arrangement." "Frank, did she tell you she was planning to date me while living with her ex?" "What? Did she mention the texts where they called me a sucker for paying her bills?" "She said those were jokes." "Did she mention that she told me I'd never be Emma's real father after I'd been raising her for 2 years? Long pause. No, she didn't mention that." "I've got screenshots if you want them. Send them." I did. Frank called back an hour later. "I'm sorry, Greg. We didn't raise her to be like this." "Not your fault, Frank. You were good to Emma. Hell, you were good to Jessica. She just got greedy." "Yeah." The last I heard through mutual friends, Nate had to sell his house to pay the back child support and legal fees. He got supervised visitation only after the court found out about the hidden income. Jessica got Emma back, but has to live with her parents indefinitely. She's working 2 jobs to afford a lawyer to fight for full custody. She tells everyone I'm a narcissistic abuser who manipulated the situation. Nobody believes her after the screenshots went public. Last week, I got one final text from an unknown number. "You destroyed my life over pride. I hope you're happy. I responded, I'm not happy or unhappy about your situation. I'm indifferent. You made choices. Those choices had consequences. I just made sure the right people knew about them. Emma misses you. That's manipulation, and you know it. It's true, though. Then maybe you should have thought about that before treating me like a walking ATM while planning your reunion with Nate. I never loved him. I love you. You love what I provided. There's a difference. Please, can we talk? We just did. Lose this number. I blocked it and went back to my life. Started dating a woman named Claire who has no kids, no ex-drama, and pays her own bills. It's refreshing. Final update. It's been 2 months since the mailbox incident. Here's where everyone landed. Jessica is still at her parents' place, working as a receptionist during the day and stocking shelves at night. Her social media is full of inspirational quotes about rising from the ashes and strong single mothers. The comments are mostly empty platitudes from other bitter people. Nate is living in a studio apartment, wages garnished for child support. His ex-wife Carla sent me a thank you card with a Starbucks gift card and a photo of her kids at Disney World with the note, "The back support paid for this. Thank you for having more integrity than their father." Emma? That still hurts. The counselor says she's doing okay but misses the stability. I've kept all her letters and wrote back when allowed, always appropriate, always copied to the counselor. Jessica tried to stop it, but the court said maintaining positive relationships was in Emma's best interest. Some of my friends said I went too far. You didn't have to nuclear option it, they said. But here's the thing. I didn't create the nuclear option. Jessica did when she decided to move in with her ex while keeping me as a backup plan. Nate did when he hid income from his kids. I just made sure the truth came out. Was I petty? Absolutely. Was I wrong? I don't think so. Jessica wanted to have it all. The ex, the boyfriend, the financial support, the emotional backup plan. She gambled on me being too nice to do anything about it. She lost. The funniest part? About a month ago, Nate tried to reach out to Bro Bond over being played by the same woman. She used us both, man. We should get a beer and compare notes. Nate, you called me a sucker. You were actively planning to use me with her. We're not bras. We're not anything. You both got exactly what you deserved. Come on, water under the bridge you both set on fire? Pass. He called me various names and hung up. Looking back, the red flags were there. The way Jessica always compared me to Nate. The way she'd text him constantly about Emma stuff that didn't require immediate responses. The way she'd light up when he picked Emma up, then complain about him the second he left. I was useful. That's all. But hey, at least I helped Emma with her multiplication tables. Taught her to ride a bike without training wheels. Made her laugh with my terrible dad jokes. Those memories are real, even if Jessica's feelings weren't. To everyone asking if I regret it? No. They conspired to use me. I exposed them. Actions have consequences. And to Jessica, since I know you still cyberstalk me, yes, I kept the receipts for everything I bought Emma. No, I'm not seeking reimbursement. They were gifts to an innocent kid, not investments in your con game. But next time you tell someone they're not a real parent, remember that real parents don't use their kids as manipulation tools. Claire thinks the whole story is insane. Who moves in with their ex while dating someone else? Someone who thought they found a sucker. Did they? For 2 years, yeah, but suckers learn. We're taking a cooking class together. No drama, no schemes, no secret texts with exes, just normal, boring, healthy relationship stuff. It's nice. Oh, and Nate's house that he had to sell, the one Jessica was so excited to move into? I drove by last week. There's a rainbow flag in the window and a love wins sign in the yard. The new owners seem nice. Karma's funny like that. The night before our wedding, my fiancé's bridesmaid accidentally added me to their group chat, where she wrote, "Don't worry, I'll still sneak away with my ex before the honeymoon." I just read in silence. The next morning, she found out why no groom showed up. It was 11 p.m. the night before my wedding. I should have been trying to get some sleep, maybe having a quiet drink with my brother. Instead, I was sitting on the edge of a bed in a fancy hotel suite, staring at my phone and watching my entire future burn to the ground in real time. The weirdest part? I didn't feel a thing. Let's start from the top. I'm Ben, 35. I own a catering company. I spend my life making other people's big days perfect. It's a stressful job, but I'm good at it. For the last 3 years, the big day I was planning was my own. My fiancée Olivia was the classic girl next door type. Sweet, beautiful, the kind of girl you bring home to meet your mom. At least that's who I thought she was. For the last year, though, there's been this weird undercurrent. His name is Alex. Her ex. The one that got away, or so the story went. She swore up and down they were ancient history, that he was a phase she was long over. But his name just kept popping up. I'm not a jealous guy, but I'm not stupid either. The way her eyes would light up when she talked about him, the way she'd get defensive if I asked about him, it was a red flag. About 6 months ago, I laid it out for her. I told her I couldn't spend my life with a woman who was still hung up on her ex. I told her it was disrespectful and that if she wasn't 100% in this with me, we needed to end it. She cried. She swore I was the only one she wanted. She promised she would never speak to him again. I believed her. I chose to believe her. So, back to the hotel. We had booked the whole floor for the wedding party. I was in my suite. She was down the hall with her bridesmaids. My phone buzzed. It was a notification that I had been added to a group chat. The chat was called Livy's Bride Tribe. I figured it was a mistake. One of her friends must have hit the wrong button. I was about to just leave the group when the messages started popping up, and I could see the entire chat history. My blood went cold. It was a transcript of my own execution. Her friends were asking her if she was nervous, if she was ready for this. Her maid of honor, a girl named Chloe, wrote, "Are you sure you're ready to be tied down to Mr. Safe and Stable for the rest of your life? Last chance to run for the hills." And then came the reply from Olivia. "My sweet, loving fiancé. Please. The wedding is a formality. The party is going to be epic, and he's paying for all of it, lol. Don't worry, I'll still sneak away with Alex for a real celebration before the honeymoon." I just stared at that message. He's paying for all of it, lol. A real celebration. Another bridesmaid chimed in, just for one night. Olivia's reply came a second later. "One night for now. He's so clueless, I can do it whenever I want. Ben will never know. He's too in love with me to ever question anything." I just sat there, reading it over and over. I wasn't angry. I wasn't hurt. It was like a switch flipped in my head. All the little doubts, all the red flags, they all snapped into focus. This wasn't a last-minute case of cold feet. This was a calculated, long-term plan. I wasn't her partner. I was her bank, her provider. The boring, stable idiot who was funding her life while she planned secret nights with her ex. I didn't leave the group chat. I didn't type a single word. I just put my phone on silent, took a screenshot of the entire conversation, and started making a new plan. My wedding was still happening tomorrow. She was going to get the show of a lifetime, but she wasn't going to be the star. She was going to be the punchline. Update 1. The next morning, I woke up with a strange sense of calm. I knew exactly what I had to do. My brother, who was my best man, came into my suite around 8 a.m. He could tell something was off. "You okay, man?" he asked. "You look weirdly calm." "I'm better than okay," I said, and I showed him the screenshots. He read them, his face getting darker with every word. When he was done, he just looked at me. "We're calling this off, right?" "Nope," I said, a slow smile spreading across my face. "We're going through with it, but we're making a few changes to the program. I need your help." My plan was simple, and it was brutal. Olivia wanted a movie. I was going to give her a thriller with a twist ending she'd never see coming. First, I needed to get the ex, Alex, to the wedding. I used a burner phone app to send him a text, spoofing Olivia's number. It read, "I can't do it, Alex. I'm making a huge mistake. I'm at the chapel. Please, just come. I'll leave with you. I love you." It was cheesy, but it was exactly the kind of thing he'd fall for. Next, I called the AV company I had hired for the reception. I have connections in the event industry, and I knew the owner. I told him I had a last-minute surprise for the bride. A special slideshow. I told him I'd be sending over the file and that he was to play it on the big projector screen behind the altar during the groom's speech, no questions asked. He was a friend. He just said, "You got it, Ben." Then I got ready. I put on my tux. I went down and took pictures with my groomsmen. I greeted the guests as they arrived. I was the perfect happy groom. Olivia was still in her suite, completely oblivious. probably texting her bridesmaids about the real celebration to come. The ceremony began. I stood at the altar, watching as she walked down the aisle. She looked beautiful. A perfect fraud. She took my hand, her eyes sparkling. I almost felt sorry for her. Almost. The officiant went through his speech. Then it was time for the vows. He turned to me. "Do you, Ben, take Olivia to be your lawfully wedded wife?" I took a deep breath. I looked at Olivia, at her hopeful, smiling face. I looked out at our friends and family. Then I looked at the back of the chapel, where a confused-looking guy in a leather jacket had just slipped in. Alex had arrived. I turned back to the officiant. "No," I said, my voice clear and steady. "I don't." A gasp rippled through the crowd. Olivia's smile vanished, replaced by a look of pure shock. "In fact," I continued, taking the officiant's microphone, "I think there are a few things everyone here should know." I pointed to the back of the chapel. "Alex, glad you could make it. Olivia will be thrilled to see you." All heads turned. Alex looked like he wanted to die. "You see, folks," I said, my voice booming through the speakers, "I was accidentally added to the bridal party's group chat last night, and it was very, very educational. I learned that my fiancée, the woman standing before you, was planning on having a real celebration with her ex-boyfriend, Alex, before our honeymoon. I also learned that I am so clueless that she could do it whenever she wanted, and I would never know." I looked at her bridesmaids, who were all staring at the floor. But you know, I'm a visual learner, so I thought it would be best to just show you all what I'm talking about. I nodded to the AV booth. The massive screen behind us, which had been displaying a tasteful floral arrangement, flickered to life, and there it was, in giant, high-definition letters for everyone to see. The entire screenshot of their group chat. Her profile picture. Her words. "He's paying for all of it, lol. I'll still sneak away with Alex." The silence in the chapel was absolute. You could have heard a pin drop, then came the gasps. I saw Olivia's father, a big intimidating man, rise to his feet, his face purple with rage. I looked at Olivia. Her face was a mess of tears and horror. Her perfect movie had just turned into a nightmare. "So the wedding is off," I announced, "but the $150,000 party is very much on. Please everyone, enjoy the food, the open bar, and the band. I'd like to dedicate the first song to my ex-fiancée. It's called Liar." I dropped the mic, turned around, and walked down the aisle past the stunned faces of our guests. My brother and my groomsmen fell in behind me. As I walked out of that chapel, I heard the first notes of the song start to play. The sound of my freedom. Update 2. The scene I left behind in that chapel was, by all accounts, a complete meltdown. Alex, the ex, apparently bolted the second everyone's attention was on the screen. Smart move. Olivia's father started screaming, not at me, but at her. The bridesmaids were crying. It was chaos. I didn't see any of it. I went straight to the reception hall, which was in another part of the estate. My catering staff, who I had given a heads up to that morning, were ready. They opened the bar, started passing appetizers, and the band, a group of guys I've worked with for years, launched into a set of upbeat party music. My friends and family started trickling in a few minutes later, looking shell-shocked but also impressed. My dad gave me a hug that almost broke my ribs. "That's my boy," was all he said. About 30 minutes into my freedom party, the doors to the reception hall burst open. It was Olivia, her father, and her mother. She had taken off her veil and her makeup was a disaster. Her father looked like he wanted to murder someone. "You," he bellowed, pointing at me. "You have humiliated my daughter. You have humiliated my family. I will sue you for everything you have." I just took a sip of my whiskey. "No, you won't," I said calmly. "Because if you do, the first thing my lawyer will do is enter into evidence a sworn testimony from every single one of those bridesmaids about the conversation they had last night. Not to mention the screenshots, which I have already sent to him. Your daughter wasn't humiliated. She was exposed. There's a difference." Her mother started in on me then. "How could you be so cruel, Ben? After everything we've done for you? Everything you've done for me?" I laughed. "I paid for this. I paid for every flower, every chair, every drop of champagne you're about to drink. This entire event was funded by the clueless guy your daughter was planning to cheat on. So please, enjoy the party." Olivia finally found her voice. "It was a mistake, Ben," she cried. "I was just scared. I didn't mean it." You meant every word, I said, my voice turning to ice. And the lull at the end of "he's paying for all of it" really sealed the deal. You didn't make a mistake. You made a plan. And your plan failed. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have about 300 guests who are here to celebrate my narrow escape. Security will see you out. I had hired extra security for the event, another part of my contingency plan. 2 very large men politely but firmly escorted the 3 of them out of the reception hall. The party raged on. It was the best and most expensive breakup party in history. We ate the fancy food, we drank the top-shelf liquor, and we danced until 2 in the morning. The next day, the real cleanup began. I had my lawyer send a formal letter to Olivia and her family. It included a detailed invoice for her half of all the non-refundable costs associated with the wedding, which came to just over $75,000. It also informed her that I had canceled our 5-star, 3-week honeymoon to Bali, and that she was responsible for half of the substantial cancellation fee. The letter ended by stating that if she refused to pay, I would pursue the matter in civil court, where the evidence of her fraudulent intent to enter into the marriage would be made public. Her father paid the bill a week later. There was no note. Final update: it's been 6 months. The dust from the explosion has finally settled. The story of our wedding became the stuff of legend in our town. Everyone has a version of it, but the screenshots of that group chat, which inevitably leaked, meant the truth was never in doubt. Olivia's life, from what I hear, is a mess. Her reputation is in the toilet. Her family, deeply embarrassed, has apparently put her on a very short leash. She had to get a real job. The life of leisure that she thought she had secured with me is gone. Her friends, the bridesmaids who so eagerly participated in her deceit, also faced their own fallout. Chloe, the maid of honor, was actually dumped by her own fiancé after he heard what had happened. Apparently, he decided he didn't want to marry a woman whose idea of friendship was to encourage betrayal. I saw Olivia once. It was a few weeks ago at a coffee shop. She was alone, just staring into her cup. She looked small. The bright, confident, life-of-the-party persona was gone. She looked up and saw me. There was a flicker of panic in her eyes, and then she just looked away, her face burning with what I hope was shame. I just got my coffee and left. The ultimate revenge wasn't the public humiliation, it wasn't the money, it was simply showing her and everyone else the truth. She had built her life on a foundation of lies and manipulation, and all I did was knock out the main support beam. The rest of it just came crashing down on its own. I'm dating again. Someone real. Someone who laughs with me, not at me. Someone who understands that a relationship is a partnership, not a heist. Olivia wanted a movie. She wanted to be the romantic heroine, torn between 2 loves, but she misread the script. She wasn't the heroine. She was the villain. And in my movie, the villain doesn't get a happy ending. She just gets what she deserves.
At my sister's graduation dinner, I walked in ready to celebrate, only to realize there wasn't even a seat for me. My parents looked me up and down and said, "Well, you didn't go to college, you don't belong at the main table." Then my mom turned back to the waiter and ordered the most expensive wine, as if I were invisible. I stayed quiet until the bill came. $2,500. When the waiter asked who was covering it, I stood, grabbed my jacket, and said, "Not the one who doesn't belong." Have you ever felt pushed aside by your own family, treated like you didn't deserve a seat at their table? Share your thoughts and tell me, where are you watching from today? Hi. My name is Emily Carter. I am 28 years old and I live in Denver, Colorado. If you ask anyone in my family, they will say I am the different child, not in a way that makes them proud, but in the sense that I never lived up to the standards my parents set. I did not go to college. I do not have a framed diploma on the wall or graduation photos in a cap and gown to post on Facebook. After finishing high school, I chose a different path. I enrolled in trade school and spent countless hours in garages that smelled of oil and grease, learning how to service and repair cars. At first, many people laughed, saying a girl working with machines had no future, but I stuck with my choice. Now, I run a mobile car care service I built from scratch. I have a small van filled with tools, driving all over the city to wash, polish, and change oil for clients. The work is steady, the income is enough for me to pay rent on my little apartment, save a little each month, and most importantly, I do not have to depend on anyone to survive. But none of that ever mattered in the eyes of my parents. Robert and Linda Carter have always put their faith in what they call the prestigious path, degrees, office careers, things that sound glamorous and give them pride when talking to friends. And Sophia, my younger sister, is the perfect embodiment of that dream. She is 5 years younger than me and just graduated with honors in economics from the University of California, Berkeley, a school my parents have always spoken of as a paradise. Ever since Sophia entered college, every meal, every family conversation revolved around her. How professors praised her, how her research project earned an A, and the endless promises of a brilliant future in Boston or New York. As for me, whenever I was introduced, I would usually only hear, "This is Emily, our eldest daughter, she does car service." Period, never with any sense of pride attached. Even so, I never hated Sophia. On the contrary, I understood that she was smart, hardworking, and often under heavy pressure from our parents' expectations. She was not the one who turned me into a shadow, it was our parents who built that comparison. That is why, when Sophia called me with a voice that trembled slightly but carried genuine warmth, saying, "Please come to my graduation dinner. It won't feel complete without you," I hesitated for a moment before agreeing. It was rare for her to reach out so directly. I knew that stepping into that dinner meant preparing myself to be belittled, excluded, and overlooked, but I also knew that if I refused, Sophia would be hurt. And I still wanted her to know that, even if I was considered not good enough, I would still show up and support her. That evening, after closing my schedule, locking up my van, and hanging my oil-stained coveralls on the rack, my heart felt heavy. I slipped into a simple dress, put on a pair of heels I had not worn in years, and stood in front of the mirror for a long while. Whatever happened, I would go. It was a promise I had made to Sophia, and it was also a challenge to myself, to see whether, after all these years, my family could finally look at me as a real part of them. When I stepped out of my apartment, the Denver night air was crisp and cool. I drove 45 minutes to Cherry Creek, where the upscale restaurant my mother had chosen stood proudly on a central street lined with glowing yellow lights. It was a classic-style steakhouse, so well known that the moment you pushed through its thick glass doors, the scent of grilled meat mingled with the rich aroma of wine. A waiter in a crisp white shirt and black apron walked over to open the door, his voice gentle. "Welcome, the Carter party has a reservation in the main room." I nodded slightly, forcing a smile, though inside it felt like a stone was sinking in my stomach. I had braced myself for this, but some small part of me still hoped things would be different. That maybe, just this once, they would remember that I was family too. Inside, the soft golden light fell across tables draped in crisp white cloths, silverware polished to a gleam and lined up perfectly, and thin crystal glasses sparkling under the glow. A small group of violinists played gentle classical music in the corner of the room. I looked around and quickly spotted my family seated at the longest table, right in the center of the hall. My father sat at the head, raising his glass in conversation with my uncle. My mother sat beside him, her hair neatly styled, dressed in a velvet red gown that made her look like she belonged at an elite gala. On both sides were my grandparents, a few relatives, and, of course, Sophia, seated in the middle like a princess at her coronation. The whole table was filled with laughter, proud glances, and the soft chime of glasses clinking together. I walked forward, my heart racing. But when I stopped, I froze. At that long table, there was not a single empty chair. I stood still for a few seconds, thinking perhaps one had been pushed in under the table or maybe someone had not arrived yet. But no, every seat was taken, no place left for me. My mother looked up, her eyes flashing momentary surprise as though she had spotted an uninvited guest. Her gaze swept from my slightly worn heels, up to my simple dress, and finally rested on my face. She gave a thin, cool smile. "Oh, Emily, you came too." I nodded, trying to keep my voice steady. "Yes, Sophia invited me." My mother gave a slight shrug, swirling the wine in her glass. Well, I didn't really expect you to show up. This table is reserved for family. I mean, for the graduation celebration. You know, since you didn't go to college, it doesn't quite make sense for you to sit at the main table. Then she tilted her head toward the nearby waiter. Could you arrange a spot for her at the bar? Her tone was soft, almost polite, but each word cut like a blade. I could hear a few uneasy whispers from some relatives, but no one spoke up. Sophia turned to glance at me, her eyes wavering, lips parting as if to say something, but in the end she remained silent, leaving me standing there. For a few seconds, I wished the floor would crack open so I could disappear. But instead, I swallowed hard and nodded to the waiter. He looked a little awkward but then led me to a small two-person table tucked into the corner of the room, right next to the wine rack. From there, I could see the entire long table, hear every laugh, every toast, but the distance felt like an invisible wall. I sat down, holding the heavy leather menu without being able to read a single word. The waiter asked gently if I wanted to order anything. I forced a smile. I'll wait until they're done and order with them. The truth was, I wasn't hungry, my throat felt tight. For the next 2 hours, I sat alone, listening to the sounds of the dinner like a stranger in someone else's celebration. I watched Sophia being toasted, hugged, kissed, and photographed dozens of times. I saw my mother call over the waiter, her voice brimming with pride. "Bring out the 2015 Cabernet Reserve," she said slowly, enunciating each word as if to show off her sophistication. Everyone raised their glasses, the light catching their faces in a warm glow. And me? I had only a glass of water in front of me. Now and then a pair of eyes would flicker toward me but quickly turn away, as if my presence might spoil the party. I tried to appear indifferent, scrolling through a few news headlines on my phone just to avoid watching the scene. But my heart felt heavier and heavier. After so many years of being placed on the outside, I had grown used to it, yet seeing myself excluded right in the middle of a family celebration still stung like a fresh wound. As dessert was being served, I began to think about slipping out quietly. But then the deciding moment arrived. The waiter brought over a black leather tray and placed it on the main table. Inside was the bill, $2,500 in total. He bowed politely and asked, "Would you like this combined or separated?" The entire table fell silent. My father glanced at my mother. And then, as if rehearsed, she turned her head toward me. Her voice was syrupy sweet but crystal clear. "Emily, did you bring your card? You should contribute for your sister just this once. She just graduated, this is a big occasion." I went numb. I had no seat, no toast, no mention as part of the family. And now they expected me to pay for a dinner I hadn't even touched. I felt the blood rush to my face, my hands trembling with anger. The waiter looked at me, his eyes uneasy, as though he too recognized the unfairness of it. I stood up slowly, pushed my chair neatly back in. I slipped my coat over my shoulders, drew a long breath to steady my voice. Looking straight at my mother, I spoke not loudly, but firmly enough for the entire table to hear. "Not the one who doesn't belong." Then I turned and walked toward the door. The heavy glass door closed behind me, the violin music fading in the distance. I didn't look back, didn't search for anyone's eyes. In that moment, I knew something inside me had changed forever. As dessert was being served, I began to think about slipping away quietly. But then the decisive moment came. The waiter brought a black leather tray and set it down on the main table. Inside was the total bill, $2,500. He bent politely and asked, "Would you like this combined or separated?" The entire table went silent. My father glanced at my mother. And then, as if it had been planned, she turned her head toward me. Her voice was syrupy, sweet but clear and deliberate. "Emily, did you bring your card? You should contribute for your sister just this once. She just graduated, this is a big occasion." I went completely still. I had no seat, no toast, no mention as part of the family. And now they expected me to pay for a dinner I hadn't even touched. I felt blood rushing to my face, my hands trembling with anger. The waiter looked at me, his eyes uneasy, as if he too recognized the injustice. I stood up very slowly, sliding my chair neatly back in place. I slipped my coat over my shoulders, took a deep breath to steady my voice. Looking straight at my mother, I spoke not loudly, but firmly enough for everyone at the table to hear. Not the one who doesn't belong. Then I turned and walked toward the door. The heavy glass door closed behind me, the violin music fading into the distance. I didn't look back, didn't search for anyone's eyes. In that moment, I knew something inside me had changed forever. I drove out of the parking lot, my hands gripping the steering wheel so tightly that my knuckles turned white. The Denver streetlights stretched out ahead, blotches of yellow spilling across the windshield. My mother's words still echoed in my ears. "You didn't go to college, you don't belong at the main table." It repeated itself like a cruel refrain, blending with the sound of the tires rolling over the damp pavement after a light rain. I didn't cry. I thought I would break down like I had so many times before, but this time was different. The pain didn't rise up violently, it settled, cold and heavy, like a sheet of ice forming inside my chest. I no longer wished for their recognition. I no longer held out hope that one day my parents would suddenly change and see my worth. All that remained was a numbness and a quiet anger, steady but sharp, like a knife hidden inside my coat pocket. The car turned onto the long road leading back to my small apartment, and, as if on cue, old memories crowded in, so vivid it felt like I was reliving them moment by moment. I remembered the day I graduated from high school, when my whole class buzzed with excitement for the ceremony and everyone's families came to cheer them on. I had looked forward to that day, not because of the diploma everyone got won, but because I hoped to see my parents proud of me. But that morning, my mother had only said quickly, "Good luck, Emily. Tonight I have to take Sophia to her piano competition." And she did. Throughout the entire ceremony, as I held my diploma in my hands, the two seats in the parents' section where I had imagined them sitting stayed empty. I smiled it off, pretending not to notice, but inside there was only a raw, aching void. Then came one Christmas. Sophia was 15 and I had just turned 20. The tree in the living room glowed with lights, piles of presents stacked beneath it. Sophia unwrapped her gift from our parents, the latest iPhone, sleek and shiny, the charger still carrying the scent of new plastic. Her joyful squeals filled the whole room. When I tore open my wrapping paper, all I found inside was a set of discounted books from a shop downtown, the covers already scuffed. My father chuckled, "You're the older daughter, you don't need much. These books are enough." I forced a smile, but my heart clenched. I never asked for extravagance, only the feeling of being treated fairly. Yet in their eyes, Sophia always deserved the very best, while I was expected to be content with leftovers. When I decided to start my mobile car care business, I thought maybe this would be the moment they finally saw me differently. I had worked tirelessly, saving every penny from side jobs, buying an old van and transforming it into a rolling workshop with my own hands. I proudly told my parents that I had my first client, that I was finally standing on my own 2 feet. But my mother only raised an eyebrow and sighed. "A girl covered in grease? That's nothing respectable, Emily. That's not a career, just a filthy little hobby." My father patted my shoulder, but his distant look told me everything. To him, I was still just a child playing at something reckless, not an adult choosing her own path. Those images stacked on top of each other like pages of an old file being slammed onto a desk, each one echoing in my mind. Tonight, sitting at that side table near the bar, listening to the clinking glasses at the main table, I finally understood I would never have a place in their story. And when my mother turned to ask me to pay the $2,500 bill for a dinner I hadn't even been allowed to sit at, it felt like the final, decisive cut. I no longer felt abandoned. What I felt was clarity, cold and absolute. The love and recognition I had searched for all these years would never come from them. The red light stopped me at the intersection. I looked into the rearview mirror and saw my face in the dark. There were no tears, only cold eyes and clenched teeth. I realized that in the very moment I was pushed aside, I had found a new strength. That anger didn't explode into shouting or useless tears. It flowed quietly inside me, sharpening every sense, reminding me it was time to stop waiting. If I didn't belong at their table, I would build one of my own. If I wasn't given a seat, I would craft one for myself. And for the first time in years, I felt my heart stop trembling. Maybe, in that coldness, I was discovering something I had never had before. The resolve to let go of false hope and finally live for myself. 3 days after that evening at the restaurant, when the invisible cuts still throbbed inside me, my phone buzzed. My father's name appeared on the screen. I hesitated, a part of me still hoping he would mention the dinner, offer some explanation, or at least ask how I was. But when I opened the message, the words were brief and cold. "Are you free? The garage at home broke down. Come help your dad." Not a single word about the dinner, not a question about why I had walked out, not even the slightest sign that he realized how deeply I had been hurt. Just a request, as if I were a repair worker to be called whenever the house had a problem. I stared at the screen for several minutes, my fingers trembling. Then I put the phone down without replying. For the first time, I let my father's message sit there, unread. A few days later, the family held a backyard barbecue at my uncle's house. I wrestled with the decision for a long time, but in the end I chose to go. Partly because I didn't want to lose touch with my grandparents, the rare ones in the family who still treated me kindly, and partly because I wanted to see for myself how everyone would act after that night at the restaurant. As soon as I stepped into the backyard, laughter filled the air, mingling with the smoky scent of grilled meat in the early summer breeze. My mother stood near the food table, a glass of white wine in her hand. The moment she saw me, she gave a thin smile and said loudly enough for everyone to hear, "Oh, Emily came too. Let's hope this time you don't walk out halfway through, like you did at the restaurant." I heard a few awkward chuckles ripple through the group, while inside my chest it felt like someone was squeezing my heart. I forced a stiff smile and simply said, "Hello, everyone." Ho. The atmosphere quickly returned to its lively buzz, but I stood there, feeling out of place. Across the yard, Sophia was sharing details about her upcoming job in Boston. She was about to join a large investment firm, something my parents proudly called a real step into the world. The whole family gathered around her, showering her with questions. What's the salary like? Where's the office located? What are the chances for promotion? Their eyes sparkled, their voices brimming with excitement. I stood a few steps away, holding a cup of soda, as if I were just some guest passing by. Not a single person asked how my work was going, even though I had just signed a maintenance contract for an entire fleet of delivery vans in the city, a deal that had taken me months of effort to secure. As the meal was winding down, my mother came over and pulled me aside, as if she were about to share something important. She placed a hand on my shoulder, her voice softening, though her eyes kept that same familiar coldness. "Emily, I need a favor," she said. "The Alumni Association is hosting a fundraising gala soon, and I'm on the organizing committee. We want to rent a few luxury cars to shuttle guests, but the paperwork is a bit complicated. Since you already have a company and the proper documentation, I thought it would be easier if you signed the contract under your name. When it's all done, just send me the invoice and we'll settle up later." She said it as if it were the most natural thing in the world, as if I would happily agree, like an employee following a boss's orders. I stood frozen. In that instant, every memory rushed back. The missing chair at the dinner, the contempt in her eyes when she called me the one without a degree, the cheap Christmas gift under the tree. The biting remarks when I opened my mobile car service. All of it connected, as clear as a completed puzzle. In their eyes, I had never been a daughter, a sister, or family. I was just a tool, a breathing ATM, a convenient name to sign on contracts, a card to swipe when they needed something. I took a deep breath and looked straight into my mother's eyes. "I can't do that. This is my company, and I don't want my name tied to things I can't control." Her brow furrowed, a flicker of irritation in her eyes. "Emily, don't be so difficult. This is for the family, for Sophia's reputation too. What do you lose by helping?" I shook my head, this time my voice firm and unwavering. "I'm not doing it. I've lost too much already trying to please this family. Time and again, the only time you remember me is when you need someone to pay for things I wasn't even invited to. I've had enough. The air around us suddenly grew heavy. My mother narrowed her eyes, ready to say something more, but then she simply drew a sharp breath and turned on her heel, walking away. I stood there, feeling my heart still pounding hard, but instead of trembling or feeling ashamed as I had so many times before, this time I felt something else. A quiet strength, a firmness I had never known. Maybe, for the first time in my life, I had truly set a boundary for myself. I left the barbecue early that day. On the drive home, the echoes of laughter from the backyard still played in my mind, but I no longer felt dragged down by it. I understood that I had chosen and that I would keep choosing. No longer the obedient daughter sitting at the side table, no longer the backup wallet. From here on, I would live differently. And they, perhaps, would never understand that the day I said no was the day I began to find myself. A week after the family BBQ, while I was sitting in my small apartment finishing an invoice for a regular client, a new email notification suddenly popped up. It was from a luxury transportation company in Denver. The subject line read, "Limousine rental contract confirmation. Total value $7,500. Client, Blake Mobile Auto Care." My heart skipped a beat. I opened the email and found an electronic contract already signed, attached to a detailed invoice. 3 high-end limousines booked to serve a scholarship fundraising gala at the end of the month. The contract was officially under my company's name. I read each line again and again, my palms turning cold and sweaty. I had never contacted this company, had never booked a single vehicle. And yet the electronic signature on the contract bore my name, along with my business tax information, my EIN, which I had registered and guarded carefully for my company. My head spun. It felt as if someone had just broken into my home, stolen my identity, and I hadn't even had the chance to fight back. I immediately opened the technical details section of the electronic contract. There it was, the IP address used to sign the confirmation, a string of numbers that was all too familiar. It was the IP from my parents' Wi-Fi, the one I had set up for them years ago. My heart sank. There was no doubt now the contract had been signed from the very house I grew up in. And the only people who could have accessed my EIN information were my family, because they knew I had once stored a scanned copy of the documents on the old iPad I had lent them. I tried to stay calm, took a deep breath, and dialed my mother's number. The phone rang a few times before she picked up, her voice casual as if nothing had happened. "Hello, Emily, what's going on?" I didn't waste time circling around. "Mom, I just received an email about a limousine rental contract. It's under my company's name, I never signed anything. Did you use my information?" There was a brief silence on the other end, then she gave a dry little laugh. "Oh, come on, you're overreacting." "Yes, I asked someone to sign it. You have a company, you have the paperwork, it's not a big deal to let the family use it. This is a big gala, it's important for Sophia. What harm is there if you just help out?" I went numb, gripping the phone so hard my knuckles ached. "Mom, this isn't a small thing. This is my company. If anything goes wrong, the legal responsibility falls on me. Why would you do this without even asking me first?" Her tone shifted, turning cold and edged with reproach. "You always blow everything out of proportion. Families are supposed to help each other. Sophia just graduated, we need everything to be perfect. Signing under your name is just a technicality, no one will blame you. Don't be so selfish." I froze. This wasn't just disregard anymore, this was blatant exploitation, turning me into a legal shield so they could show off at some social event. My mind raced with scenarios. If the transportation company broke the contract, if there was an accident, if a lawsuit arose, everything would trace back to my company. Not Sophia, not my parents, me. They had placed me in real danger and still treated it like nothing at all. I bit my lip, forcing my voice to stay steady. "Mom, I'll say this one more time. This is my company. I will not let anyone use it without my consent. If you ever do this again, I'll have to handle it differently. On the other end, she exhaled sharply, her voice dripping with disdain. Emily, you always disappoint me. Sisters are supposed to support each other. You only ever think of yourself. Then she hung up. I sat in silence, my apartment sinking into stillness. The computer screen still glowed with that contract, the figure $7,500 glaring back at me like a scar across my forehead. A chill ran down my spine. For years, I had grown used to being overlooked, excluded from family dinners, mocked for not having a prestigious career. But this time, they had gone further. They hadn't just denied me, they had exploited me, legally, using my name, my company, and treating it as if it were nothing more than their right. I turned my computer back on, opening every folder and combing through all my documents. For the first time, I realized that in their eyes, I wasn't just the not good enough daughter, I was a convenient tool, a shield they could use whenever it suited them. I no longer felt like part of that family at all. I was just a name on paper, a signature waiting to be slapped onto any contract they needed. And when that truth revealed itself, I understood that the line between being disregarded and being exploited had already been erased. That night, I couldn't sleep. I lay staring at the ceiling, my heart pounding in my chest. My mother's words kept echoing in my head. It's family, what harm is there in helping Sophia? On the surface, it sounded gentle, but to me, it was a sentence. I knew I couldn't let this go. Not just because of my company, but because of me. The next morning, I woke with heavy eyes after a sleepless night. Dim light filtered through the curtains, falling across my cluttered desk. The $7,500 limousine rental contract still glowed on my laptop screen, each line of text taunting me, reminding me that even my name and hard work could be so easily stolen for someone else's gain. I knew I couldn't let this fade away like all the other times. This wasn't about being overlooked or pushed to the side at a family dinner. This was legal. This was someone blatantly using my business identity for their own benefit. And if I didn't protect myself, who would? As I sat there, running my hands through my hair in frustration, a name came to me. Maya Patel. A few years ago, I had provided car detailing service for the law office where she worked. Back then, I had been struck by her calm, sharp demeanor and the way she spoke to me like a partner, not just a mechanic. We had kept in light contact. She would occasionally check in about my work, and I would send her holiday cards. And now, I knew I needed Maya's professionalism on my side. I called, my voice trembling. Maya, this is Emily. I have an urgent matter. I don't know if you can spare some time for me. I think I'm in legal trouble. On the other end, Maya answered immediately, without hesitation. Come to my office this afternoon, bring everything related to the situation, and Emily, don't panic, we'll figure this out. That afternoon, I sat in a small conference room at Patel & Associates. The walls were lined with framed certificates and degrees, but it wasn't those that made me feel safe. It was Maya's calm, steady tone. I handed her the printed limousine contract, the confirmation email, and screenshots of the IP log. She examined them carefully, her brows drawing together slightly. Emily, this is serious. They used your company's EIN without your consent. This can be considered fraud, and if any disputes or accidents occur, you would be the one held legally responsible. Hearing that, my heart pounded hard, but at the same time, a weight lifted. Finally, someone was confirming that I wasn't exaggerating. Maya looked up at me, her eyes firm. First, you need to preserve every piece of evidence. Don't delete any emails, don't alter any files. Print everything out, save it to a USB. I'll draft a cease and desist notice for you, a formal order demanding they stop this violation. We'll send it directly to your mother and the gala committee, so they understand you do not authorize the use of your company's name in any contract whatsoever. I nodded, feeling both anxious and resolute. Maya continued, also, I advise you to check every device that has ever been used to log into your company accounts. Have you ever lent out a laptop or iPad? That question jolted me. I remembered the old iPad I had given my parents years ago when their desktop broke. I had never taken it back. On that iPad were stored scanned copies of my company documents and a sample of my electronic signature. Suddenly, everything made sense. That evening, I drove to my parents' house. No one noticed when I slipped into the garage, where they always kept piles of old things. There it was, the iPad lying in a drawer, covered with a thin layer of dust. I slipped it into my bag without saying a word to anyone, then quietly left. My chest ached, because something I had once given in good faith had become the very tool used to turn me into an unwilling signatory. When I powered the iPad on, everything became clear. My company email account was still logged in. In the browser history, I saw the record of multiple logins to the electronic contract service, the last one just a week ago. My name had been signed without my knowledge, without my consent. I stared at the screen, my heart in turmoil. Part of me felt shattered. Betrayal wasn't just in their cold attitudes anymore. It had taken tangible, deliberate form. But another part of me felt as if I had just found a lifeline. This was evidence. This was proof that I wasn't imagining things, that my suspicions had always been justified. I sat in front of that iPad for a long time. Silent tears slid down my face, not the weak tears of someone begging for recognition, but tears that burned and cleansed at the same time. Because for the first time, I held undeniable truth in my hands. I was no longer the daughter pushed to the side table, silenced into a corner. I was the owner of a company, an adult, and now I had the evidence to finally defend myself. When I closed the iPad, a strange feeling rose inside me, both empty and relieved. Empty because the truth was so brutal, but relieved because at last I no longer had to wonder, am I imagining this? I knew I was about to enter an uneven battle with my own family, but at least this time I held a weapon in my hands, and I promised myself I would never let them exploit me again. After that night sitting with the old iPad, staring at the forged electronic signature of my own name, I knew I could no longer live in the endless loop of waiting for my family's approval. I had evidence now. I had Maya Patel by my side as legal support. And more importantly, I had a job, a career I had built with my own grease-stained hands. That was what I needed to hold on to. In the days that followed, I threw myself into my work with an intensity I had never known. I was practically inside my mobile garage from early morning until late evening. My phone rang constantly, old clients recommending me to friends, new customers coming in from word of mouth. I poured every ounce of energy into it and secured a contract to maintain the entire fleet of a major delivery company in Denver. It was the biggest contract I had ever signed, worth twice the revenue of the previous quarter. And as I put my pen to paper, I couldn't help but think, this signature is real, it's mine, it's proof of the value I've built. No one can forge that. No one. The surge in workload forced me to make a big decision. Hiring extra help. I found 2 young technicians, one male and one female, both trained at community college and struggling to find their footing. When I handed them the van keys and new uniforms, I saw a reflection of myself 10 years ago in their eager eyes. I told them, here, no one measures your worth by a degree. We work with our hands, with dedication, and the clients will see that. For the first time in my life, I realized I wasn't just building a career for myself. I was opening doors for others. In the midst of that busy season, I received an unexpected call. On the other end was a bright young woman's voice. Hello, Emily, this is Jenna Wu from Denver Local News. We're doing a feature series on women in technical fields, and I was told you're a remarkable example. Would you be willing to do an interview? For a few seconds, I froze. Part of me felt shy, but then a wave of excitement stirred inside. Maybe it was time I told my story, not one that needed my family's recognition, but one that belonged entirely to me. The next day, Jenna arrived at my mobile garage with a photographer. She asked me about my journey, about why I chose car care instead of the college path. I told her the truth, that I loved the honesty of this work, loved the feeling of seeing results right after putting in the effort, that I had been looked down on for having hands that always smelled of grease. But those very hands had supported me for 10 years. I also told her about my desire to create a space where young people without degrees but with real skills could be given a chance and treated with respect. Jenna listened closely, nodding now and then, her eyes shining as if my story had touched on something bigger than just a newspaper article. A week later, the piece was published on the front page of the feature section. The headline read, "Emily Carter, the woman who turned a mobile garage into her own small empire." In it, Jenna wrote about how I overcame prejudice, built a business from nothing, and became a role model for women choosing paths outside of traditional molds. The photo of me standing beside my service van, hair tied back, smiling with quiet confidence, spread quickly across social media. New clients called nonstop, and other companies reached out to discuss partnerships. Amid the whirlwind of work, one evening I sat alone in my apartment, staring at the printed article taped to my wall. Suddenly I laughed, then tears welled up. For the first time, I felt I was no longer a shadow in my own family. I was no longer the daughter without a degree, sitting silently at the side table. I was Emily Carter, an adult woman, a business owner, a part of a wider community out there. My worth was no longer tied to my parents' judgmental eyes or to my sister's celebrated name. My worth came from each client who trusted me, each employee who placed their hopes in me, each line Jenna wrote with respect. That night, I stepped out onto my balcony, looking down at Denver glowing under a sea of lights. The hum of traffic rose from the distance, a cool breeze swept through my hair. I closed my eyes and drew in a deep breath. For the first time, I felt peace. No longer craving praise from my parents, no longer waiting for a fair glance across a dinner table. I had found where I belonged in my work, in the people who valued me for who I was. And I knew this journey was only just beginning. The gala took place on a Saturday evening glittering with lights at the Grand Convention Center downtown. It was a venue known for hosting prestigious events, with red carpets rolled out from the entrance all the way into the main hall, where politicians, business leaders, and donors gathered. When I arrived, luxury cars lined the street, and guests stepped out in gowns and tuxedos. I wasn't dressed to dazzle. I chose a simple black dress, my hair tied neatly back, just enough to blend into the crowd without drawing attention. I hadn't come to make a scene. I had come to witness, and to affirm that I was no longer trapped in the role of outsider they once forced me into. Before the gala, Maya had helped me prepare meticulously. She drafted a concise legal report, complete with all the evidence. The forged limousine contract, the IP log from my parents' house, and photos of the old iPad containing the misused documents. That report was sent directly to the gala organizers along with a cease and desist order, demanding that my company's name be removed from all promotional materials and contracts. Maya told me, "The piece has been placed on the board, now they'll have to act. All you need to do is stay quiet and watch." I nodded. For the first time in years, I felt no need to argue or beg to be heard. I had the truth, and the truth would speak for itself. That night, the ballroom shimmered under crystal chandeliers, with round tables draped in white cloths and topped with red roses. Volunteers moved gracefully through the room carrying trays of wine and hors d'oeuvres. I sat quietly at a table in the back, sipping a glass of lemonade, watching the stage. Spotlights lit the podium where local officials took turns praising the importance of education and the power of community. Each phrase was met with thunderous applause, echoing in me like distant, unfamiliar drums. I knew this event wasn't meant for me, but for once, I didn't feel hurt. I was here as a witness, not as someone begging for a seat. When the program moved on to honor the distinguished sponsors, my mother appeared on stage. She wore a striking red dress, the lights making her seem determined to claim the entire room. She smiled confidently, her voice ringing strong through the microphone. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to share a few words about the importance of educational opportunity. Our family has always believed that knowledge is the key to the future, and we are proud to have contributed so that the next generation can step into the world with the best preparation." Every sentence was embellished with proud gestures, as if this event were her personal stage to display her place in society. I sat still, my face calm though my chest churned. Only I knew that in the legal file now sitting with the event organizers, every contribution my mother was proudly boasting about had been signed under my company's name without my consent. With every word she spoke, the gap between the truth and the glittering shell she wore grew sharper. Suddenly, I noticed one of the organizers, a man in a deep blue suit with an event director badge, lean over to whisper something to a colleague before leaving the table. They walked toward the backstage area, speaking quickly, and then one of them stepped onto the stage, lightly touching my mother's elbow just as she finished her speech. I caught the flicker of surprise on her face, though she kept her smile, bowed to the audience, and followed them behind the curtains. The hall erupted with applause, but underneath it I could hear a low ripple of murmurs. I sat perfectly still, watching it unfold as if in slow motion. In that moment, I realized I didn't have to stand up, didn't have to shout to claim my justice. The truth had already made its way to where it needed to be. Maya's report had done the heavy lifting. All I had to do was be present, to witness that this time, no one could push me into a corner or forge my name without consequence. About 15 minutes later, my mother returned to her table, her face stiff, the forced smile frozen halfway. My father sat beside her, whispering repeatedly, but she only shook her head, her eyes avoiding everyone's gaze. I sat a few tables away, quietly observing. No one knew I was there. No one knew I was the one who had pulled back the curtain and let the light in. But I knew, and that was enough. As the program went on, I leaned back in my chair and took a sip of lemonade. In the past, if I had witnessed a scene like this, my heart would have shattered with pain and bitterness. But tonight, I felt something else release. I didn't need to fight for the microphone, didn't need to prove that I deserved a place. I had already stood firm through my work, through the people who believed in me, through the article that had introduced me to an entire community. And when the truth surfaced, all I had to do was sit quietly, observe, and smile. When the gala ended, I walked out with the crowd. There was no applause for me, no spotlight shining in my direction. But I didn't need any of it. As the heavy doors of the convention center closed behind me, I knew I had crossed an important threshold. I had faced my family, faced their exploitation of me, and for the first time, I no longer felt like the one who doesn't belong. I had reclaimed my place, and this time, no one could take it away. The gala ended in glittering lights and polite applause, but only a few days later, the glossy mask began to crack. News traveled faster than anyone expected. The board of the Alumni Association, where my mother held a position in the finance committee, called an emergency meeting. Maya had told me once that when a reputable organization is suspected of fraud or misuse of identity, they don't really care about the details of truth or falsehood. What matters is the image. And she was right. Within 3 days, my mother received an official notice. She was to step down temporarily from the finance committee pending an internal investigation. When I read the forwarded email from Maya, I didn't feel triumphant, nor did I feel regret. What I felt was a cold sense of order. My mother had once stood on stage in a blazing red dress, preaching about educational opportunity, as if our family were a symbol of virtue. Yet, behind the curtain, she had stolen her daughter's company name without permission, using me as a legal shield to satisfy her hunger for prestige. Now, that very act had come back to bite her. Meanwhile, whispers began spreading through the parent community and social groups around Denver. An old classmate sent me a screenshot from a group chat. Heard Mrs. Carter used her daughter's company without permission. How disgraceful. Another added, if a family can't even respect each other, how can they expect outsiders to trust them? I sat in my apartment, reading each line, my hands trembling. For years, I had imagined the day my family's true face would be exposed, but when it finally happened, all I felt was a quiet sadness. After all, they were still my parents. Sophia heard the rumors all the way in Boston. One evening she texted me, "Sis, I need to see you. I'm coming back to Denver this week." I hesitated, but eventually agreed. On Saturday, we met at a small cafe downtown. Sophia looked nothing like the proud image she had worn at her graduation dinner. Her coat was wrinkled, dark circles under her eyes, her voice unsteady as she ordered a latte. She sat across from me, silent for a long while before finally speaking. I didn't realize things had gotten this serious. At the gala, I just thought Mom seemed tense, but afterward, I heard people saying she used your company. Is it true? I looked straight into her eyes, not flinching. Yes, and I have proof. I'm not making this up to drag anyone down. I'm protecting my work. If I stayed silent, all the legal consequences would have fallen on me. Do you understand? Sophia bit her lip, her face tightening as though she were fighting with herself. Then suddenly, tears spilled down her cheeks. Sis, I'm sorry. All these years I stayed quiet. I saw how unfairly they treated you, but I was afraid of losing Mom and Dad's approval. I was a coward. I was stunned. This was the first time Sophia admitted what I had carried all through my youth, the blatant favoritism. For years, she had been cherished as the pride of the family, while I was treated as a shadow, the daughter who never went to college. She had never stood up for me, never stopped the words our mother used to cut me down. But now, as her tears fell onto the wooden table, I realized she truly saw it. I sighed, gently placing my hand on the table. Sophia, I don't need you to apologize on behalf of Mom and Dad. I just need you to understand that I deserve to be seen too. I have my work, my life, my own worth. I'm not looking for their approval anymore. I only ask for respect. Sophia nodded, tears still streaming down her cheeks. I know, and I regret leaving you alone for so long. I don't know how to make it up to you. I shook my head. You don't have to make it up. Just be honest. Don't let yourself get swallowed up in their lies. Choose your own path, but never step on others to get ahead. We sat a while longer in silence. When Sophia finally stood and wrapped her arms tightly around me, I felt something in my chest grow lighter. Not because everything was forgiven, but because at last, the truth had surfaced. For the first time, my sister saw me as an equal, not as a shadow. A few days later, my mother called. Her voice was sharp as a blade. What have you done, Emily? You've shamed this entire family in front of everyone. I closed my eyes and answered calmly. No, Mom. I only protected my work and my name. If you don't want the truth exposed, then don't do the wrong thing in the first place. On the other end of the line, she stayed silent for a long time before hanging up. I sat there, my heartbeat steady, no longer trembling. For the first time, I felt I was no longer the passive one enduring everything. I was the one at the wheel, deciding my own path. I knew that after my mother's reproachful call, nothing would ever go back to the way it was. Not because I didn't care for them anymore, but because I had finally seen clearly how the toxic cycle worked all these years. Every time I tried to claim a place, they pushed me down, and whenever they needed a signature, a legal name, or a bank card, suddenly I became useful. I told myself it was time to end it for good. One morning, I opened my email and saw a message from my father. Emily, the neighborhood council is fundraising, and we thought you could support by providing vehicle service to make a good impression. Just send the invoice, and we'll take care of it afterward. I read it and let out a bitter laugh. In the past, I would have torn myself up inside, wondering if I should refuse, if I was being too selfish by not helping. But this time, I hit reply and typed a short response. No. I'm not participating in any project. Don't use my name for anything. Then I pressed send. My chest felt lighter. Just one word, no, but it cut the cord that had bound me for so many years. That evening, I began cleaning out my apartment. I opened drawers, old boxes. There were family photos from Christmas gatherings where I sat in the corner with a forced smile. There were birthday cards from my parents scribbled with quick lines. Congratulations, hope you find the right path soon. I placed them all into a cardboard box and sealed it shut. I didn't burn them, didn't throw them away. I simply stored them in the back of the closet, as if tucking away a part of my life, not erasing it, but no longer allowing it to overshadow the present. When the apartment was finally tidy and the walls felt bare, I realized I had created more space to breathe, more space to begin again. A few days later, Sophia texted me. She wanted to meet, not to justify our parents this time, but to ask for forgiveness. I stared at the message for a long time. Part of me softened, remembering the little sister who once held my hand as we ran around the yard, who used to crawl under my blanket during thunderstorms. But another part reminded me, I couldn't let that softness turn me back into the family's backup wallet ever again. In the end, I agreed to meet her at a small cafe, but I went with a completely different mindset. Sophia arrived, her eyes red, her voice trembling. "Sis, I know I stayed silent for too long. I want you to forgive me." I looked at her, drew a deep breath, and spoke slowly. "Sophia, you will always be my sister. That doesn't change, but from today forward, I'm no longer the family's wallet. You can come to me if you truly need sisterhood, but don't expect me to sign papers, put my name on contracts, or take responsibility for things that aren't mine. I've been exploited too many times already." Tears streamed down her face, but she nodded. I didn't know how much she would truly change, but at the very least, I had set a boundary. And for the first time in our relationship, I felt I was the one at the wheel. While my family turned their backs, I found joy again in my work and my community. An idea began to grow from Jenna Wu's article. Why not start a free career workshop for young women interested in technical trades, girls like I once was, without a college degree but full of passion and skillful hands? I spoke to Maya about it, and she encouraged me. "Emily, that's not just a way to help others, it's a way to claim your own value." So I began. I reached out to a vocational high school and signed up to host a weekend workshop called Women and Auto Technology. For the first time, I stood in front of a group of 15 young girls, their eyes curious, a little doubtful, but filled with anticipation. Holding a wrench in my hand, I smiled and said, "When I was your age, people told me I didn't belong in this world. But today, I'm here to tell you that you absolutely can. We don't need anyone to grant us value. We create it ourselves." Nah. At the end of the session, two girls, one with tight curls, the other with glasses, came up to me and said they wanted to intern at my company. In their eyes, I saw the same spark of belief I once carried when I first entered this trade. I agreed immediately, and as I handed them their work schedules, I realized I had officially stepped into a new role. Not just someone who survived a toxic family, but someone who could pass on opportunity. That night, when I came home, I sat out on the balcony as the Denver night breeze cooled my skin. Looking out over the glittering city, I felt peace settle deep inside me. I knew my parents would continue to criticize me, to brand me as the rebellious daughter. But I was no longer trapped in that cycle. I had cut the ties, drawn the boundary, and chosen to build a new kind of family for myself, the employees, the young women, the people who trusted me not for a degree or a title, but for the true value I brought into their lives. I closed my eyes and smiled. For the first time in years, I felt like I no longer had to prove anything to anyone. I had walked away from that cold, forgotten side table, and now I could build my own one, where everyone who had ever been pushed aside would finally have a rightful seat. On a summer afternoon, Denver glowed golden under the sunset stretching across low rooftops and rows of green trees. My small apartment, once filled only with the hum of engines and the smell of motor oil, now rang with the sound of young laughter. I sat with my two new employees and the two female interns I had just taken on, gathered around a simple meal on the balcony. The table was an old wooden one I had bought at a thrift market, sanded down, and painted with my own hands. The chairs were pieced together from scraps of wood I had cut and nailed after long workdays. I had built one extra chair at the end of the table not because we lacked space, but as a reminder to myself, I had created my own table. There was no expensive wine or elaborate dishes like at a gala, just roasted chicken, boiled corn, and a few simple salads. Yet the air was warmer than at any family dinner I had ever attended. We talked about cars that were hard to fix, new contracts we had signed, and even the dreams of the two interns, one who wanted to open her own garage someday, the other who hoped to become a mechanical engineer. Looking at them, I saw myself at 18, Only this time, they had someone who believed in them and would stand by their side. In the middle of dinner, the doorbell rang. I was caught off guard. When I opened the door, I saw Sophia standing there, holding an envelope in her hands, her eyes hesitant. No makeup, no glamorous dress, just a plain white t-shirt and worn-out jeans. When she saw me, she offered a faint, awkward smile. "Sis, can I sit with you?" I stood silent for a few seconds before giving a small nod. She handed me the envelope and said, "I wrote down some things I never had the courage to say." I didn't open the letter right away. Instead, I placed it on the table and pulled out the extra chair I had just built. "Sit, this seat is for you." She sat down quietly, serving herself a bit of salad, her eyes red but calm. There was no need for our parents to witness it, no need for anyone to label us as reconciled sisters. That moment alone was enough to ease something inside me. For the first time, I felt a bond that wasn't built on comparison or obligation, but on choice. Sophia chose to come here, to sit in the chair I had made, and that alone gave me peace. Dinner passed with laughter filling the air. When the sun had fully set and the night breeze carried the faint scent of wildflowers across the balcony, I sat in silence, gazing at the simple wooden table in front of me. In my memory, I saw again that night at the fancy restaurant when my mother told me I didn't belong at the main table because I had no degree. The image of the missing chair, the look of disdain, the chorus of laughter from the other side, all of it had once scarred me deeply. But then, I smiled softly. Because I had come to understand, not having a seat was never the end. I began a quiet monologue in my heart, a message meant for anyone who had ever lived through a story like mine. That day, they told me I didn't belong at the table. But in truth, not having a chair was never the end. It was simply a reminder that I had to build my own table and add chairs for those who had once been forgotten. I found my real family, not the ones bound by blood, but the ones who chose to stay because they see my worth. I lifted my gaze and looked around the table. My employees, the two young interns laughing brightly, and Sophia sitting quietly with warmth in her eyes. I knew I had traveled a long way from the day I was pushed aside to the corner table. And now, I had not only found my voice, I had also created a place for others. That, I realized, was the greatest victory of my life.